All right, it's 10:01. Madam Clerk, are you there?
Yes, I am, Vice Chair.
And Madam County Attorney, are you present?
Yes, I am, Vice Chairman.
Awesome. If you will, Madam Clerk, I guess let's go ahead and do the roll call.
Chairman Rob Pitts, Commissioner Liz Hausman,
Present.
Commissioner
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
He's here.
Present.
Commissioner March is on the picture, but he didn't voice anything.
Okay, Vice Chairman Marvin Arrington Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Joe Carn.
Here.
Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. I do see
Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair, I did speak present. Was I not, am I not being heard?
I think you were on mute at the time, Commissioner Morris, but we can hear you now.
Okay.
I would just like to say there are some audio feedback I'm hearing that makes it difficult to hear.
Okay, we'll do our best to work through that. Madam Clerk, if you will, the next item on the agenda.
Do the pledge.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Vice Chair, would you like to do the pledge?
Okay, yes.
We have an invocation first.
Yes, and I see,
The chaplain is here, ready for the invocation.
okay.
Let us pray.
Will lead us.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your blessings upon our life. We pray now your strength and wisdom on our Board of Commissioners. Give them your direction and your patience. We thank you now. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On page 2, consent agenda. 20-0771, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Vice Chair and members of the board, we have items removed from today's consent agenda for separate consideration as requested by Commissioner Hall. First item, bottom of page 3, 20-0776, Public Defender. Request approval of renewal of an MOU with United Way of Greater Atlanta to support and select a group of chronically homeless individuals released from Fulton County Jail. On page 4, 20-0778, Community Development. Request approval to enter into a MOUs for Emergency Solution Grants CARES Act to be used for the provision of emergency shelter, outreach, rapid rehousing to prepare for this response to the coronavirus pandemic for Fulton County's low to moderate income citizens. On page 5, 20-0779, Community Development. Request approval to enter into MOUs for emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention. Also on page 5, 20-0780, Department of HIV Elimination. Request approval of a contract without competition for media services to raise public awareness to inform low-income persons living with HIV in Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, and Gwinnett counties. On page 6, 20-0781, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a resolution approving a license agreement with the Georgia Department of Human Services Division of Family and Children's Services for the use of county-owned real property for the purpose of distributing toys and economic assistance. 20-0782, real estate and asset management. Accept and file the Fulton County Capital Program quarterly update for the period of July 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2020. 20-0783, human resources management. Request approval to revise the lactation accommodations policy. 20-0784, human resources management. Request to temporarily promote William Yates to interim chief of police effective November 4th. And the last item, 20-0785, human resource management. Request approval to make routine modifications to the classification section and compensation plan.
So were those the removals, or that was the entire agenda?
Good question.
That's two.
They were
too many
removed for
things.
separate consideration from the consent.
Okay,
Mr. Vice Chair, I have
yes.
one item as well. On the proclamations, if it's not too late, I would be honored to be included as a sponsor on the Carolyn Long Banks Appreciation Day. I served for 4 years with her on the Atlanta City Council.
I would like to as well, Vice Chair.
So I don't think that will be a problem. I guess we just need staff to make sure to accommodate the request to add Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Carn to the Carolyn Long Banks proclamation.
So noted.
If there are no others, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd move approval of the consent agenda with those amendments.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And
All
motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. There's an item to be added as requested by Vice Chair Arrington to today's regular meeting agenda on page 4 of the add-on memo. 20-0816. Animal Welfare Hearing Board, Vice Chairman Arrington has nominated Jessica Hamby for a district appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2022.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, this is Anna Roach, the Chief Operating Officer. I also have an additional request with respect to the regular agenda. Item number 200807, it is a public works item for the lowest responsible bidder on the airfield lighting project. We received some information from GDOT that will require us to update this item. So we're asking that this item be removed from this agenda and we will bring it back in 2 weeks.
What was that item?
Yes, ma'am. That's 20-0807 on page 12.
Thank
All
you.
right. Do we have an election update on the regular agenda?
Not yet.
Mr. Chairman, the elections update is part of the first item, the COVID response.
There is an update included in that for elections.
Yes, Commissioner Hausman, it's on the last page, but given the lateness of the election, we were reserving the slides until this morning.
But someone will be here to answer questions.
Yes, ma'am. That
Thank
is my understanding.
Well, if
Okay.
not, I wanted to make an amendment as well to do that. So I know that Vice Chair is speaking on it too, but
So I think we just add a specific item for elections update. I mean, it's fine if you include it in the COVID update, but I want to make sure that we do at least get that
Yes.
added as a specific item. So
I'll
There-
second that.
thank you.
Is Rick going to be here? Because I'd like to hear from Rick. Is he going to? I'm assuming he's presenting.
I don't know if he's going to be here or not, but hopefully someone can give us an update. I know the chair is at the Georgia World Congress Center. I'm not sure if he's with Rick and or the county manager or not. But let's go back. We had the one item for the Animal Welfare Board as well as the elections. Was there another item to be added? So Commissioner Hausman, are you seconding both of those items or just the elections item?
I don't know if procedurally we can do them together. If we can, that's fine to do them together.
I guess what I'm asking though is as far as putting both of those items on the agenda.
No, I'm fine with putting them together if it's allowed procedurally.
I don't think we have to put them together, but I think we can vote to add both of them to the agenda at the same time.
That's what I was referring to. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so we've got I guess a motion to add those two items. Is there a second?
This is a motion to add the Animal Welfare Hearing Board. We can also do a motion to do the elections item.
Let's just take them separately so that it's clean and clear.
Yes, that's good, Vice Chair.
So I'll make the motion on the Animal Welfare Board. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, probably moved in second. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Khan.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, and then there's a second motion to add a separate elections update item.
I'll second that.
All right, I'll make the motion. Commissioner Hausman second it. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Commissioner Khan.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, regular meeting agenda 20-0787, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. And it would be revised with the 2 added items.
And the removal of the one that Ms. Roach suggested we remove.
That is
Yeah.
correct. Item 20-0807 on page 12.
I'll move approval of the regular agenda as amended.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Commissioner Hausman, is there any discussion? Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Khan.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0788, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, October 7, and recess meeting post-agenda minutes, October 21st, 2020.
Move approval. Second.
All right, any discussion? Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Khan.
Yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. There are no presentations for proclamations this morning. Next item on page 8, public hearings, 20-0790, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment, register online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call, or can submit public comment in by email or by filling out the form located on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes.
Do we have any public comment this morning?
Good morning. I have 4 that were submitted via email. The first one is from Donald Renfro Lawson. God morning and peace be selected, elected, and rejected Fulton County leadership, subordinates, and those listening. Employee County Attorney Patrice Perkins Hooker and the elected Fulton County Commissioners selected to reject responding to my request for assistance with my voting rights. Therefore, I stand as one resident who did not vote because of the lack of leadership insensitive and out of control management, at minimum that expresses suppression, disenfranchisement, actions, threats, and harassment. My question is, why the evil? County Attorney Hooker is in the legal profession. Does she not understand that she is accountable for her actions on behalf of the constituents of Fulton County? Are the commissioners blind to what she is doing to hurt or stop the progress of having their goals met by hooking them into ferocious issues? Commissioner Arrington, one would think you should know better and to dig deeper into the concerns that I have brought forth. You and your staff have been emailed communication directly from me and to your inbox. Where is the response? Your replies are awaited. The second comment is from Daryl, a public care provider. Dear commissioners, as a community-based healthcare provider, I am requesting that the Board of Commissioners to honor and abide by the original agreement of allowing Fulton County Board of Health employees to remain Fulton County employees and not to transition these employees to the District Board of Health. I am disheartened that these Fulton County health employees who are essential workers and who have sacrificed and worked during this pandemic selfishly and with risk to themselves and their family, that just be reward to them is to dishonor the commitment to have them remain as Fulton County employees. I am shocked and dismayed and expect the commissioners make ethical and just decision. Please follow and abide by this agreement. Thank you. The third comment is from Sheila Hamilton of College Park. A blessed morning to all commissioners. As a result of watching the October 24th, 2020 commission meeting and hearing the report from Mr. Adger representing the Fulton County Jail, I was elated that the commission mandated that any detainee in the jail who requested a COVID-19 test be given the test. This was after an advocate spoke who advised the commission this was not happening. Unfortunately, commissioners, your request was not being respected nor fulfilled. I spoke with my loved one who is at the Rice Street Jail on Thursday, October 22nd, after the meeting, advising him to the request to test. That Thursday, paperwork was turned in to a white, older, stout nurse there at the jail. I will not use her name, but she can be readily identified. My loved one asked that the test Friday, October 23rd, reply by the nurse, I do not have the paperwork for you. He again filled out the paperwork request for the test giving. At that time, the older, white, stout, short nurse speaking to my loved one again advised to him to let the nurse know that the Fulton County Commission advised Mr. Adger to let Dr. Paxton know that upon request, any detainee requesting the COVID-19 test be given. My loved one advised the nurse that he was being scheduled for release in 6 days. On the 6th day of the release, still no COVID-19 tests from request, October 22nd to release, October 28th. If the staff does not want to do her job and disrespect orders made by the governing body, she should be fired for such a simple task where the money is there for the test. An unjailed citizen can get a test generally in 24 to 48 hours. Additionally, upon my loved one's release, we were still trying to get his contact lens that are in the hands of the young white nurse, and also a record of medications that were begun in high blood pressure and high cholesterol while at the jail. Thanks, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak, and thanks for your tireless work on behalf of the citizens of Fulton County. The final public comment is from Theodore McKell of Atlanta, Georgia. As a long-term resident of Fulton County and the voter in this community, I am requesting that you preserve the public health delivery in the community. The vote to dishonor the agreement to keep Fulton County health employees as Fulton County employees will have an adverse impact on our public health system. I am requesting you to honor the original agreement to maintain the Fulton County health employees. Moving the employees to the state side will cause mass leaving of dedicated professionals who have served this community. During this pandemic, you and all of us depend on these heroes, and now will consider dishonoring the agreement and allowed them to remain as Fulton County employees. I have been following the meeting and this issue has been held. Transitioning these employees will never negatively impact the community, not increase service delivery, disenfranchisement, many of the employees with lower salary adjustments, and be detrimental to our public health future. This act will create marginalization to our heroes who have been on the front line of COVID testing, HIV, and TB prevention in our community. Respectfully honor that voted upon agreement. There is no true value to this employee transaction. This may only be a money grab at the expense of our heroes. That was the final submitted public comment.
We also have a public comment from Ben Howard. You're allowed, okay, you can speak, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, can you unmute yourself?
Did that do it?
Okay, we can hear you.
Thank you. Greetings, Vice Chair Arrington and Commissioners, and greetings also to you citizens of Fulton County who are watching and or listening to your county government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Fulton County boards, commissions, and authorities, such as the Commission on Elder Affairs, also known as the Commission on Elderly Affairs, and the Commission on Disability Affairs and our Youth Commission, as well as organizations like the Council on Aging and South Fulton Senior Services, need to know that you commission care. One way you can show that you actually do care is to ensure that the public is made aware of the virtual meetings for each of these entities, and let the public know that they, the public, have the right, the privilege, and perhaps even the obligation to sit in on some of these meetings sometimes. Civic engagement works a whole lot better when those in authority help to promote it. With your guidance and support, each of these entities, as well as the other boards, authorities, commissioners, and organizations, ought to be sending out information to the citizens of this county as to when and how they meet, what they are discussing, and how they are abiding by the requirements of the Georgia Open Meetings Act. Please send in some help so they can help our citizens. I thank you.
No further speakers.
All right, if we've got no further speakers, I take a point of personal privilege to let our Board of Health employees know that the Board of Commissioners, in fact, denied the request by the Board of Health to convert the employees, and all Fulton County Board of Health employees will, at least at this point, will be remaining Fulton County Health employees. Our manager is meeting with the Board of Health so that they hopefully can come up with a plan that will make sense and one that complies with the request of the commissioners. Let's go to the next item.
Continuing on page 8, County Manager's renewal items under Open and Responsible Government. 20-0791, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to renew existing contracts to provide all labor for breaking down and reconfiguration of existing workstations and office relocation on an as-needed basis.
Approval, Mr. Vice Chair.
Second.
I have a question, please. Does this include moving services or just what's included in this particular item?
Do we have anyone on staff that can speak to this item?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Joe is here. He's going to provide some additional information and answer Commissioner Hausman's question.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Hausman, to answer your question, while modular furniture services is a major component of this contract, it does include relocation services as well. that we made that a part of this many years ago so as to give us the greatest flexibility in the event we had large moves.
Okay, thank you for that. So tell me, in light of the issue we had just this week with a moving company, is that in any way related to this item?
The issue does involve one of the companies being recommended for renewal under this item. The company you're referencing has been a contractor for the county for several years. While they did perform work for us over the weekend, we did have the incident as it relates to the delivery of voting machines. But this particular renewal item was obviously done well in advance of the incident, but they do have a great track record prior to this incident.
Okay, well, this one is a big issue publicly. It caused a lot of issues for us, as you know, and you were instrumental in fixing all that, and that's greatly appreciated. But I have concerns with proceeding at this time with this particular company so shortly after a major issue without some thorough discussion and review of what happened and what our expectations are going forward. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, I would like for us to hold this item in order to thoroughly vet this particular company with any further use of their services.
Second.
All right, substitute motion to hold has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Perhaps, Commissioner Vice Chairman Arrington?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it may make sense to even bifurcate this if we do hold it and bring it back and have the component of it in question be separated out and voted on separately.
Well, is it time sensitive? Would 2 weeks make a difference if it's a renewal? When would the renewal begin? Beginning of the year?
Yes, it begins January 1st, Commissioner.
Yeah, I would prefer, not to undo it unless it's absolutely necessary to undo it, but I want it reviewed first, please.
Mr. Vice Chair, is there any way to pull out that one particular company that dropped the ball and approve the rest? Because I agree with everyone else. I certainly would love to hear an explanation from them and in terms of what happened. And I mean, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with using that kind of an outfit again. If they just canceled for no reason at all, or if it was miscommunication or whatever happened. So could we just pull them out and approve the others?
I think we may want to get more input from staff. I don't know the effect of pulling one out and approving the others.
Okay, then I'm fine with holding the whole thing.
Okay.
Question, did we not have any vendors that are in Fulton County that could do this work?
I would have to defer to the Director of Purchasing for that question to answer that.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Felicia Strong-Whitaker, Purchasing. Commissioner, this was a low bid, and so we have to award based on, so this is a lowest responsive and responsible price only solicitation. So these were the low bidders at that time.
Okay, so there were no Fulton County companies that bid on this?
Commissioner, I will have to get back with you on this. This is the last renewal of this contract. This is the 3rd year, so I would have to go back and pull the original contract, the original solicitation, to see how many bidders were received and if any were Fulton County bidders at that time. So I'll have that when we bring this item back.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, on the substitute motion to hold, Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, I'd like to make a quick comment, though. I'm not trying to accuse this company of any wrongdoing or anything of that sort by this motion to hold this item. There have been conflicting reports in the media on what happened. I just think before we move forward, we need to have a clear understanding of what exactly did happen and make sure that we're very clear on how we proceed in the future. But I don't want to give the impression to the public that we've made any decisions or proclamation about this particular vendor. but so I motion to hold. Is that what you need from me or just a yes or no?
I think we've already got the motion to hold that you
Okay.
made. Commissioner Hall seconded, so we just, if there's no more discussion, then we'll take your vote.
Yeah, yes is my vote.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 8, under Health and Human Services, 20-0792, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide water meter vaults.
Move approval, Mr. Vice Chair.
Second.
any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go have a vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
I'll abstain. Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
And motion passes 5 yeas, 1 abstention. On page 9, 20-0793, Public Works, request approval to renew existing contracts, provide standby construction services in support of the efforts to reduce the ongoing inflow and infiltration as required by Georgia Environmental Protection Division.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll have a vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn,
Abstain.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 1 abstention. County managers items under open and responsible government, 20-0794, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners. I think for this introduction, I could simply say elections, 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 as well as a huge sigh of relief. I think we were very pleased with the results of the early voting period, as well as the voting yesterday, despite the challenges with finalizing the absentee votes, which we'll talk about later in that report. I do think it's important to just note that setting new standards of excellence in Georgia with the use of State Farm Arena, as well as mobile voting, and then the dramatic recovery efforts after the COVID outbreak in the warehouse and the loss of a moving company represent perhaps true clutch plays in delivering a great experience for our citizens. And I would say, as we did use Qualtrics to measure customer satisfaction with folks coming out of the polls, I've never seen a more dramatic turnaround in 35 years of management of customer satisfaction, in that as we surveyed folks, 95% said they were very satisfied and 5% said they were satisfied with their poll experience. And again, I think that is just an enormous tribute to the team effort that went into this. I'll say just a little bit about that at the end of my remarks. The COVID trends that you'll see today remain troubling, but stable in some respects. The average new cases have doubled from a low point on a 7-day moving average to per day new cases being now 131 versus a low point of 64. And the positive test rate now when taking a test is over 5%. Both of those are moving in the wrong direction, but most of the country is facing these exact same trends. The continued desire to test at a level of about 35,000 per week, as well as have an overall response, continues to inform our efforts and will inform our 2021 budget preparation, as you'll see, as well as the use of the CARES funds that we have now expended $68.5 million of. We'll outline today a series of steps that we'll be taking to successfully close out the use of that CARES fund balance by end of year. We will also recommend staying in the current virtual Board of Commissioners model. We'll give you quite a bit of details on that, given now a December 16th date when Assembly Hall will be complete and ready for occupancy. it doesn't make much sense to take a half step into an environment which offers limited ability for social distancing, as well as limited ability for public and or staff participation. And I think from Dr. Paxton's perspective, as well as senior staff, we recommend that you simply delay another couple of meetings for a much better alternative when we move back into Assembly Hall. I hope today that we can celebrate the elections experience and the total team effort. I want to just call out a few folks personally. I want to applaud Rick and his team's dedication to this task, because in many cases they were putting themselves in harm's way, as well as working extraordinary hours on behalf of citizens. I also want to recognize what I call the gang of three. That's Bridget Bailey, Mike Rowicki, and April Pye, who really stepped up and assumed ownership of an overall planning effort that we engaged post June. And then folks like Joe Davis, Glenn Melendez, and Ellis Kirby were rock solid, and quite frankly, saved the day with their midnight ride at Paul Revere in terms of equipment delivery on that final day. Dr. Paxton and Dr. Holland, we wouldn't have thought of normally when we think of elections, but they truly helped avert a worst case scenario in terms of the COVID outbreak at the warehouse. Absent their involvement, I think that could have gone much, much worse and would have resulted in a voter experience that none of us would have been proud of. Jessica Corbett did her usual masterful job of managing what is really worldwide PR interest when it's Fulton County, and really set new standards with the delivery of our Fulton County Votes app, and then the voter media effort, which I think helped push early voting to an all-time high and certainly relieve the pressure on elections day. And then I would have to say there's another gang of three, which is Sharon, Anna, and Patrice. And they were there every step of the way, both informing, supporting, and empowering our staff to do what I thought was just great work. And then, of course, without your support, approving an extraordinary amount of resources, 34 million, which was double the original estimates when we entered this season of elections. None of this would have been possible. And I would hasten to say the use of that 34 million was greatly dependent upon Felicia Strong Whitaker being able to procure the goods and services, and Ken Herman and his team being able to procure the people resources necessary, both internal and external. So I hope that you can see that it was a complete and total team effort, and I think both the quantified results, but also your observations lend credence to the fact that this, again, was a tremendous success. However, at the same time, we know and have already begun talking about how to use a similar process management approach that we did with the property tax appraisal process to look for improvements as well as pain points and weaknesses, probably with a particular focus on the absentee ballot process, which of course now may be a new standard going forward, as well as the intense logistical challenges that are involved in supplying equipment across 255 locations. So we'll be looking at that at the appropriate time as we get through the runoffs and support, again, Rick Barron and his team moving forward. So today we're going to move through pretty rapidly, I think, our normal updates, although you may have questions certainly about the trends and specifically with Dr. Paxton's involvement in terms of the outlook. We want to cover this the Board of Commissioners location decision and get that done, and then certainly get into the elections update. So, Mr. Vice Chair, we're ready to step through the presentation as we normally do with Chief Operating Officer Anna Roach taking the lead.
Awesome. I think just before you begin, Madam COO, a big round of applause to our county manager, elections teams, all of the gang of threes, and everyone that helped, volunteer staff, everyone that helped make our election yesterday a huge success.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We enjoyed that. I think we're going to adopt that name, the Gangs of Threes. As the manager stated, we are experiencing an increase in our positivity rate. I'm going to hand it right over to Matt Kallmeyer and his team to walk us through that. And again, this week we do have the benefit of Dr. Paxton, who's here, not just with slides of her own, but to answer any questions. Matt?
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and get this started. Doug Schuster is going to start us with an overview of our statistics. Doug?
Next slide. All right, so good morning. I like to start off with kind of a perspective slide, and we get so focused on Fulton County. I'd like to start in the bottom right with COVID in the world. As you can see, both hemispheres, both north and southern hemispheres have significant COVID case rates. The difference from the last time I showed you this 2 weeks ago is the Europe countries have gotten darker orange, and there's some new orange in South America. And for perspective, the United States case rate, we were 2 weeks ago 30th in the world on case rate, and we're 34th this week. Actually, the opposite. We were 34th 2 weeks ago, 30th this week. So more intensity, and COVID is unchecked around the world. If you look in the top right, not much change, but more intensity. Generally, the Midwest and the northern Midwest has darker red or more case spread. There is a new hot spot on the I-25 corridor between Colorado and Nebraska that they're watching for a new hot spot. And then if you move to Georgia, it's mostly the same as 2 weeks ago. As you can see, Fulton County is a lighter orange. And it will bear that out in the numbers I'm about to present. But there are some new, along the border with Alabama, the darker counties that you see have changed since the last time we talked. So the border between Georgia and Alabama has gotten more intense with cases per 100,000. Next slide. Okay. We'd like to talk about cases now. Since September 30th, our 7-day average for cases has gone from 64 to 131. It is trending upward, as you see it's the top Fulton County cases. You look at the chart on the right, it's been kind of an up and down, but a gradual increase in cases that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. The 7-day average for percent positive test has increased from a low of 3.4 on the 19th to actually 5.2 as of yesterday. Once again, kind of a slow increase, but 5.0 is the metric which the World Health Organization and most epidemiologists agree that it is uncontrollable spread at that point and makes it harder to do contact tracing. So we've been hovering around 5% for about 10 days. We're at 5.2 as of yesterday. And then the caseload has exhibited a plateau for almost 3 weeks now of 8.8 of Fulton County's percent of the state's total. Even a tenth makes a great deal of big difference. And so the fact that we're maintaining 8.8% of the state's total with 10% of the state's population is very important. One thing I do want to point out, if you look at the very bottom right-hand corner, the United States is pushing close to a 7-day average of 80,000 cases, and this weekend surpassed the summer high for 7-day average for cases. Next slide. So this is a comparative chart of deaths with Fulton County, Georgia, and the United States. We have been on quite a long plateau, somewhere between 0.5 to 2 deaths per day in Fulton County, and that's exhibited in the chart on the right. Actually had a drop in the overnights to 1.28% deaths per day average. And then Georgia has seen a sharp, not a sharp, but a decline in deaths per day, as you see in the middle chart. And then the United States really has been at a plateau with a slight rise, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, in deaths per day. The thing from the top part of this slide that I really want to bring attention to is we continue to see a slow but steady drop in Fulton County's percent of the state's deaths, and we're down to 7.83 at this time, and I believe actually we're at 7.78 as of yesterday. So that is pretty significant. Each 100th represents 2 deaths per week. So that's pretty pretty significant. Next slide. On this slide, I'm going to talk about hospitalizations. As you can see in the graph on the bottom left, the very sharp incline this summer to a 600 patient high happened very quickly. A little bit slower decline to where we bottom out about a month ago. The trend has gone from 164 to 208. We've seen a gradual increase in hospitalizations over the last 6 weeks, like I said, from 164 to 208, and you can see it graphically on the bottom left. The one thing I want to point out is 2 weeks ago, I told you the 7-day average of non-COVID patients was 300 more than it was observed this summer during the peak. That's actually gone up. We're seeing a continual increase in non-COVID patients, and we're averaging 350 more than we saw this summer, and that's represented in the blue bars on the right-hand side, which those non-COVID patients has really made us tight on general beds within Fulton County, which you see represented in the red at the top. I've told you before that we're generally red during the week when elective type surgeries are going on. Then on the weekends when they discharge, we tend to be in a better position, and you can kind of see that wave action on the bottom right. Next slide. As you can see on the top, I've got plateau arrows. There has been a very, very slow increase since we talked 2 weeks ago, but over the last 4 or 5 days, we've hovered right around 4% within the hospitals, right around 5% or just over within Fulton County on the percent positives, and the state has hovered around 7.3% for about the last 5 days. I believe Dr. Paxton is going to talk about the significance of being over 5% a little bit later. And you can see the chart on the right that shows kind of graphically the plateau and then the rise over the last couple of weeks. A very slow rise compared to what happened in June. Next slide. I think this really kind of depicts the hospitalization picture a little better. If you look at the black bar graph and you see the high of 600 on June 20th about, and then the steady decline in cases through the end of September, and then the kind of slow gradual rise that you see to today. The new projection came out. The projected high now is 472 beds on 8 January, and we're laying right on top of that most probable line. And it's the same picture for critical care beds and ventilator use, right about the peak, about the same time, first week in January. Next slide. And lastly, what I want to point out here on the modeling for death projections through the end of January is you see that the green, the orange, and the red lines are now getting closer together every time we see updates. And we are now trending once again just below the green line, which is projected 847 deaths by the end of January. I just want to point out one more time that, by us having less than 8% of the state's death total, if we were at 11.5% like we did for 3 months early on, we would have been at 922 deaths on Monday, which is almost 300 lives that have been affected in the good direction. So I think it's I like to continue to track these metrics, and we will continue to do that going forward. Next slide.
Thank you, Doug. As we always do, we like to make sure that everyone's aware of our cumulative testing numbers. We do have 2 additional days of data to be able to share with you today. So the total that you'll see for the orange bars will actually read 875,282. We're getting closer to our 1 million mark of individuals that we test. We think that we'll be there based upon current projections in the middle of December. So we'll continue to go in that trend. Yesterday on election day, we still did see about 5,686 individuals at our different testing sites. So we're grateful that people took advantage of us. And you'll see the breakdown along the bottom. The core contact tracing, Dr. Paxton can go ahead and discuss a little bit more. But one of the services they offer is additional testing for individuals that are either in isolation or quarantine. And that's something that has been working out quite well under Dr. Paxton's purview and her team's oversight of that program. So we commend them for that. Next slide, please. A new slide I would like to show you all is just looking over the weeks of our response thus far, what our cumulative tests have been for each week in Spock testing. There is an anomaly on week 7, just to draw everyone's attention to that. That's when hospital data started to be reported. To just go ahead and keep it fair, we applied it all to that particular week. We did smooth it out in some subsequent graphs, but just to make sure everyone's aware, that is why that day has that high numbers on it. When you look at the rest of it, if you look at week 15 through week 33, the average there is about 34,000 tests that we have done each week. So we'll have a couple peaks, but we've been pretty much stabilized in the mid 30,000 range for tests that we have actually accomplished per week in our jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Finally, just giving you a snapshot of where we look. Once again, 875,000 compared to our other jurisdictions that you see at the top. It still puts us in just shy of 25% of the state's total testing. And once again, folks, just reminding everyone that there is that ability to go ahead and get tested and get your results within a 48-hour period. We're continuing to have good capacity at our hospitals, at our testing labs, and we can turn those results around in a timely fashion. 2 other things to draw attention to. Dr. Paxton has been able to go ahead and procure a large sum of masks. We work closely with her team, and we delivered about 250,000 masks to our early voting and election day sites. So what happened is when people were getting their sticker, you've actually got given a Board of Health mask to go ahead and be a part of the Mask On campaign. So we are very grateful that we were able to work with Dr. Paxton on that initiative. I saw a lot of individuals posting their peach yesterday on social media, also wearing a Board of Health mask. So I think that is a very positive program that was able to be successful for everyone yesterday. And 2 other things just wanted to go ahead and say is that there's a lot of silent sentinels that work on election day. We do consequence management on our team. I have partners in the police department with Fulton County Police underneath the direction of Interim Chief Yates that are the crisis management folks. Things you guys don't know about, but there have been incredible amount of work that has happened behind the scenes to make sure that election day went off without a hitch, and it was safe for all the individuals that went out there. So I commend Chief Yates and his team for making sure that we had the law enforcement support necessary to be successful. I commend my team for the consequence side, as well as our municipalities that worked very closely with us to make sure that we were ready to go ahead and respond to anything yesterday. As always, our Emergency Operations Center was open. The elections command process is run out of here. And I want to give a special thanks to Donnie Reese for the last 2 months has built a custom process for elections to be able to go ahead and have that common operational picture and situational awareness, along with an app that allows them to go ahead and see what the polling sites are looking like, be able to manage the logistics and resource requests, and something that I can assure you that Secretary of State's office was blown away when they were able to see how much we have done to that end. So I commend our team for doing an incredible job, and I would definitely commend Fulton County Police for what they did to make sure that we were successful. I'll then pass this over to Dr. Paxton for her comments.
Hi, while I'm waiting for my slide to come up, can you all hear me?
Yes, Dr. Paxton, we can hear you.
Great, thanks. Well, I just have some very brief updates that I put through this together yesterday. I just wanted to let you know, whenever we hit these, we follow closely the test positivity rate, because that is a trigger for a number of activities that go on. So now that our community percent positivity rate has gone above the 5% trigger, we're moving into the phase 2 precautions for our long-term care facilities. I will show you on the next slide what those actual phases are in case you're interested. But essentially what that means is that it's a stepped up routine testing, and it just determines what things that we do with them. And for any long-term care facilities that have had one or more cases among their staff or residents, then we move them back into phase 1 precautions until that facility goes 14 days without any additional cases. Now, in addition to that, the Board of Health continues to work with the Fulton County and Atlanta Public Schools, as I described last meeting. Tomorrow, we'll be participating in the Fulton County Schools Executive Task Force meeting on Thursday. We always go over with them all of the epi data and help them with their mitigation plans and the like. So we'll be having a meeting with them tomorrow to discuss what to do now that we've passed this trigger point. Third thing to bring up is that one of the things, we've been doing a lot of initiatives at the SPOCs to try to improve all of our COVID response. And one thing that I just will mention today is that at our central SPOC, we have been doing a pilot of asking for information from people who come for testing about their contacts, and asking them to write that down with the hope that, if any of these people turn out positive, that it would make our ability to do contact tracing that much better. And so that pilot is going very well. At the very beginning, people didn't want to really give us our names, but we've give them names of contacts. But we have sort of refined the way we ask, and now we're up to the point where we're getting about 65 to 70% of the clients are actually giving us names of their contacts. And so if we find this actually leads to an increase in case contacts that we can actually reach, then we're going to roll this out to all of the SPOCs. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, this is just simply for those of you who are interested. This is for the long-term care facilities. This shows what those different phases are that I alluded to. And so, as I mentioned, we're all of the long-term care facilities we're moving them into the phase 2, which requires a change in their baseline testing, the frequency of the baseline testing. And then for any facilities that have had any COVID tests, beyond the routine stuff that we do with helping them with isolating and all that, we will move them actually into the phase 1 designation and act accordingly. So those are just a few of the highlights that I had to bring up today about the Board of Health. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paxton. Mr. Vice Chair, we're ready to take questions of the board if you are ready at this time.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Hall.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
First, the presentations, thank you for them. It's unfortunate that we continue to see these spikes in the numbers of COVID-19 cases. I am glad to see that the death rate is not rising along with these spikes in the COVID-19 numbers. But I did hear, I think it was Matt, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, ma'am, please go ahead.
I thought I heard Matt say during his presentation that that these numbers show an uncontrollable spread, which makes it hard to do contact tracing. Is that correct?
Doug, would you like to go ahead and clarify that statement?
Yeah, for clarification, the World Health Organization and most epidemiologists agree that anytime we're at over 5% positives on cases, that it makes it harder to do contact tracing, and it's uncontrollable. It's around the world, but 5% is generally the number for viable contact tracing. Dr. Paxton might have more to add.
Well, as a, that is the designation, I believe, from WHO. Practically speaking, here at Fulton County, we are able to keep up with this right now. We do have a number of contact tracers, and in addition, we have the program that we're doing with CORE for the boots on the ground contact tracing. So we are able to keep up with it as of now. Of course, as has been brought to everyone's attention, we are expecting, I think it's been referred to as a world of hurt to come in the coming months as we get into the winter. So we are currently able to handle it, and we are keeping our fingers on the pulse of this and just hoping for the best.
Okay, so you said currently we are able to keep up with it. When, or should I say, what percentage would put us at risk of not being able to keep up with it?
I can't give you a percentage. I mean, I can think back to what I consider the bad days that we had right after the 4th of July holiday, when we were getting like upwards and sometimes surpassing 300 cases a day. And that was hard. And we were having a lot of difficulty keeping up with that at the time. We've learned from that. We have a few more contact tracers, we have CORE, but we're also still only getting about half that number now. So as I said, we are we're monitoring it right now, but I can't tell you what percent positivity will, sort of push us, will be pushing us really hard. It's more the numbers that come in every day.
Okay, thank you. And just in lieu of everything that we've heard on the first part of this COVID-19 update, Madam County Attorney, I'd like to revisit the vote that we did from the last BOC meeting, where it was presented to us that the Board of Commissioners should start coming back into the building and having our meetings face-to-face in the confines of the building. And I'd like to ask if I can please rescind my vote on that, because with everything that I'm reading in the news, and then the fact that this past weekend, a very close friend of mine, mother, just passed away suddenly from COVID-19. She had no major symptoms or anything. She just got out the shower, got dressed, and fell to the floor and was dead from COVID-19. I think that we need to continue to take precautions to keep everyone safe. And I mean everyone, ourselves, employees as well. Everyone has to go home to their families. And that incident alone and these numbers are putting me at the caution, it's creating caution. So is there something that I need to do in order to rescind my vote from the last board meeting?
Bring it up. Commissioner Hall, there's no way to rescind your vote from a meeting, from a vote from a matter that was taken from the previous meeting. However, there will be a discussion point. The county manager has told me that in his recommendations on how to proceed, and that is the recommendation from the staff, and maybe the approval of that recommendation is the way to accomplish your objective.
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there any more questions from any other commissioners?
I had one. Now, we touched a little bit on elections. Are we going to hear from elections in another presentation as well?
Yes, we did add a specific election item
All right.
to the agenda.
I'll wait for that item to come up.
We may need someone from staff to communicate to them that they do have an item, specific item on the agenda, so that they can have someone available.
We are trying to get them a message, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, go right ahead. And then I have a question afterwards.
Thank you. I thought that there was going to be some elections related update in this presentation. Are we just holding all of that? at this point, that there's nothing with COVID related that y'all were going to update us on?
I mean, I think the manager opened up with his elections.
Okay, all right. Well, we need to pick a time so that I know they're very busy today, trying to get everything finalized. So if there's a way to select a time to put that on the agenda, I think that would be helpful for them and for us.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, if I can jump in, it may be helpful as the board is considering when to schedule that time for elections, that we put it for after executive session and our lunch break, given the fact that Rick is actually not at 141 at this time. He is at the warehouse. This would give him some time to wrap that up and get here.
That would be fine with me.
I think that would be great. I think everyone would want to hear from him. Matt, I do have a question. You spoke about the 1 million test mark. Is that 1 million tests or is that 1 million individuals?
There'd be 1 million tests, sir. It would not be 1 million individuals, because of course some individuals do take more than one test, sir.
Okay. Do we have any way, do we keep up with the people that take more than one test? Do we know if someone's taking it 100 times or 10 times?
I would not have that data, sir, that it would be considered protected under healthcare privacy laws. Dr. Paxton's team would have access to that data, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't need access to the data. I just wanted to make sure someone was tracking it.
Yeah, that is not one of the points that we do track, sir. We could see if Dr. Paxton's team is tracking that. If she's on the line still, she can go ahead and chime in, but that is not one of the points that we are tracking at this time, sir.
Yeah, I'm still on the line. We do get report. We are able to match tests with with names, but it's not something that we track per se. To see how many people have come back for multiple tests.
Okay. And is there a pattern to when, or suggested recommendations as to how many times or how often someone should be tested?
No, there's no specific recommendation, because it's all very dependent on what the person's exposure might have been. So we encourage people to get a test anytime that they feel that they might have been in contact with someone or whatever. So we don't publish, like these are the times you need to get tested, or you need to come in a certain number of times per month or year to get tested. No, it's all really very dependent on each individual's risk.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any more questions, discussion? All right, hearing none, I guess we'll move to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So the next section of the COVID update is the reopening plan. I won't spend a lot of time on slide 19. I think that between Matt Kallmeyer's team and the Board of Health, we have sufficiently demonstrated, next slide please, demonstrated why we have downgraded our positive on the number of cases from green to yellow. We are still on track on our other two gating criteria, but we do believe that the trajectory and the number of positive cases within a 14-day period warrants a yellow indicator. Next slide. The main thing I'd like to draw your attention to on this page, commissioners, is the continued focus on elections, as well as the limited grand jury services that will begin either next week or the following week, consistent with the Superior Court's plans. They do plan to prioritize jail cases and are planning for significant safety measures, including using courtrooms on the first floor of the Justice Center, so there is not a need for the use of elevators. Social distancing and other CDC protocols will be adhered to. And most significantly, the Chief Judge plans to, and has been, quite liberal with requests from jurors to be excused from service as well. And so again, they will be starting 2 limited grand jury panels in the coming weeks. And I believe that the Superior Court is planning for limited jury trials at the top of 2021. Next slide. On a biweekly basis, commissioners, we do provide you an update on new positive cases among our employees. Since the last time you received this report, we have had, as you can see on the screen, 8 new cases across the departments that are listed here. There were 2 in the Superior Court, and the rest of the departments had 1 positive infection, 1 positive case. Next slide. Those positives bring our cumulative total of employee positives since we've been tracking this information to 140 employees within our workforce. Next slide. The cleanings by department have been updated consistent with the positive cases that require cleaning. Again, the predominance of our cleanings are appearing in the enhanced janitorial space. And I believe that within the tax commissioner's office, there was a need for an enhanced barrier cleaning as requested. Next slide. Commissioner Hall, this section of the presentation is related to your request from your previous question. We wanted to provide an update on the construction and renovation of our assembly hall space, which I'm happy to report is going very well. As you can recall, this is a project that we started earlier this spring. It is a part of our FACURA bond investment for the improvement of our downtown properties. And it is on schedule to complete before the December 16th meeting. As an aside, as you're also aware, we plan to upgrade from the use of our SIRE system to a new agenda management system, Granicus. That is also going very well, and we are training employees as we speak on this new system. While if we are in person on December 16th, Granicus may or may not be ready, I do want to make the board aware that that system implementation is going well in conjunction with IT as well as DREAM, and that we hope to use our new system as soon as training is complete and everyone, including the Board of Commissioners, feels comfortable with switching over to the new system. Next slide. That said, at the last meeting, the board asked us to come back with recommendations for meeting in person for those 2 meetings that would remain in between now and when Assembly Hall would be ready for in-person meetings. We did explore alternatives, and the one located on the 3rd floor, which is the new communications boardroom space or meeting room space, is the one we thought might meet the needs if we were pursuing the option to do that. I'd like to begin my remarks by saying we did go over this option with the Board of Health. And overall, it is not recommended by the Board of Health that the board go back to in-person meetings for a number of reasons, which we'll go through. But if we were going to do that, or if we were directed to do so by the board, there are some safety measures that were recommended, and they're in the 3rd bullet on there. So that was the first point I'd like to make with respect to the recommendation of the Board of Health. The second is that the meeting would be in person for commissioners, but still be largely virtual, since the public would not be entering the room, and directors who were presenting items or otherwise required to be present would not be in person either. They would also be virtual. And so this would achieve a very limited in-person meeting, in that the commissioners would be here, but virtually all other participants would be virtual. And again, if we are directed by the board to pursue it, we would implement the 5 recommendations that are there by the Board of Health to minimize the possibility of infection, but of course, we wouldn't be able to guarantee that it would completely eliminate that possibility. Next slide. We also wanted to provide a view of what the citizens room setup would be. Again, the public comment section or citizens who wish to view the meeting would not be allowed in the first space. So we would set up a second space in the HR training room. We would have to, and this is an important point, commissioners, we would have to limit the number of citizens that we allow in to between 15 and 18. And so when we hit that number, we would be turning any constituent who comes in person to the announced meeting away. In that room for constituents, we would set up a screen, and again, they would participate in a semi-virtual way to interact with the board. The speakers for the podium for public comment would be there, as well as the screen to project what was going on within the board meeting. Again, the Board of Health strongly encourages that we participate in virtual meetings until we have a larger space that could accommodate the board meeting. But again, if we were directed to pursue it, the following safety measures outlined in the last bullet is what we would put in place for constituents who are participating in person. Next slide. So the pros of moving to the third floor space would be that it would meet the Board of Commissioners' desire to meet in person. But as you can see, commissioners, there are several cons to that notion that we've outlined there, including safety concerns with the duration of the meeting. We are typically going for several hours. And then, so the length of time for the exposure is a particular concern to the Board of Health. The meeting for staff and citizens is still virtual, so it's not a full in-person, you wouldn't achieve full in-person meetings. We're also concerned that it would be perceived negatively from a citizen's perspective, and also has the potential to expose citizens who would be encouraged to come and attend in person. Last slide. This final slide, commissioners, provides the recommendation of staff. Given the fact that we are only talking about 2 meetings before a larger space that could accommodate even more CDC recommendations for safety will be available. Our recommendation is that we would continue virtual meetings as we have been doing until that space is available, and resume in-person meeting in consultation with the Board of Health at such time as when Assembly Hall, a much larger space with much more accommodations, would be ready. So Commissioner Hall, I believe this is where the county attorney suggested that if the board wanted to reverse its decision to go in person, we could entertain a motion to do so based on this recommendation. That concludes my summary, Mr. Vice Chair, and I am available for questions if the board has any on these sections.
So moved to accept the recommendations of staff to have the meetings remain virtual until such time that the larger spaces available that can accommodate more CDC requirements. But I do have a question. Has the Board of Health been in consultation with the chief judge and the judges? Did they make any similar recommendations to them?
Yes, we have Dr. Swancutt is our official liaison to the judiciary, and he's been over there many times to go over the setups. He just recorded a PSA for them as well to be for the jurors when they come back. So yes, we do have, to answer your question, we do have a liaison with the judiciary.
Okay,
can I follow up on that, please?
Yes, please go right ahead, Commissioner.
So you are working with them. What are your recommendations?
You know what? I don't have the write-up in front of me right now. I don't know. I think that for the moment they're still remaining closed, but what I can do is I can look them up and I can have them, we can send them to you.
So, but they are getting ready to start working in person, correct?
I am not sure because that has been going, as far as I know, it's been going back and forth depending on what the, as our rates are going up. So I would have to confirm that with Dr. Swancutt to find out exactly what they're thinking at this moment.
Did you also consult with the school systems on their, you know, we've got one school system that's doing in-person instruction and one that is delayed it till January. Can you just speak to us about any involvement you've had with them as they develop their plans for instruction?
Yes, as I've mentioned, I think last time, we have very extensive involvement. We've been literally been meeting with both Fulton County schools and the Atlanta public schools for months. We have an established task force with them. And so I think they meet weekly. And then tomorrow, as I mentioned in my update today, I'll actually be on this call tomorrow with the executive task force for Fulton County schools, because they are quite concerned with the uptick in cases. And so they have requested a special meeting. And so we'll be taking part with with them tomorrow.
So are they reconsidering or thinking about making alterations to their current plan?
I presume so, but I'll know more tomorrow.
What do you attribute, or can you attribute the uptick to any event or conditions, or what do y'all think is going on here at the moment?
Well, I think a lot of it is as I think I've mentioned on a couple of calls before, is that this is sort of the natural history of a respiratory virus as you go into the fall season. So we also know that although we've been making strides with getting masks out and hopefully more people wearing them, we still have a lot of people who are not. Wearing them. We still have a lot of people who are attending super spreader events. We still have a lot of people who are going to places where they're unable to, maintain social distancing. And we anticipate there'll be more of that as the weather gets colder and the like. And as we do open up more things, like for example, in other districts where the entire school system has opened up, we have seen more cases. Some of the colleges here in Fulton, in the Fulton County area, are now also revisiting their plans. And as I understand, some are considering closing after Thanksgiving. So, I mean, it's all very much in flux right now. And so I think that it's the next couple of weeks, people are going to be, these various entities will be making some hard decisions. And so we try to help them. We don't tell, I just want to make it very clear, it's not the Board of Health that determines what any school does or really. So it's just that we just offer data and we offer consultation.
Well, you offer recommendations. You can't make someone take your recommendation, as we all know. But you do offer recommendations. So that's really where I was, going with this. I mean, I still personally feel like that, we're asking thousands of employees to come to work every day to serve the citizens of Fulton County. And I think the message for us as a board to not meet, twice a month as a group sends a conflicting message. I recognize things are changing. I recognize that the will of the board may not agree with my thoughts on this, but that's still my position. I still think if schools are open, we should have our libraries open. The community continues to ask for that. But, I'm one vote. But I do want to just state for the many, many citizens that have inquired and asked me, especially about our libraries, that I think we're ready to at least have partial service in a host of areas. And so we're just working on it. That's what I would say. We're continuing to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we do have drive-up service available in some of our libraries. Any other comments, discussions from any commissioners?
Vice Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have a second on the motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion was to adopt the recommendation of staff not to return to in-person meetings until such time that the modifications have been made to the room, and when there can be there will be more room for the public and to follow the CDC guidelines.
And that was for the December 16th meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Just a comment, not necessarily about the meeting stuff, but where are we? I thought we were going to hear a little bit more about potential options for certain aspects of library reopening.
So, commissioners, I'm not sure if you want to dispose of the motion, and then I can definitely answer the questions about libraries. Or if
why don't we do that? We can dispose of the motion then.
Okay. Any more comments, questions, discussion? Okay. Will Commissioner Hausman, we have a vote then? Commissioner Hausman?
No.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, and Mr. Vice Chair, if it's okay with you, I'll answer Commissioner Ellis's question now.
Yes, please go right ahead.
On the matter of the libraries, Commissioner Ellis, I actually just reached out to the director, Gail Holloman, to see if I could get some statistics about how many librarians participated in this last election and how many are anticipated to participate in early voting. And just for everyone's awareness, I believe we only have about a week and a half before early voting starts again, assuming we have a runoff, and many of those locations are likely to be located within our libraries. So again, we have not presented a plan, and we had no plan today to present for the reopening of libraries, because we believe that there will be continued use of the libraries as well as use of library employees to support our ongoing efforts with respect to the elections. And again, we do believe that our posture on libraries is consistent with what is happening regionally, what is happening nationally with library systems of our size. And I think the last point I would make on that is that, particularly given the rise in the number of cases and the uncertainty about where we are going with the virus, we continue to feel comfortable with curbside service being our primary way that we deliver library service.
Well, I left the impression of the last meeting that we were going to come back and have more of a detailed conversation around that. So that was a misunderstanding, and I apologize. But that was the impression that I was left with. And I would continue to encourage discussion around that. I recognize that we're utilizing them as sites, but for elections and stuff, but to have them as being just reserved for election sites, I don't know that that's necessarily in all of our citizens' best interest, but I just hope that we would look at reconsidering some aspects of that, whether there were even just opportunities for designated groups to come in, children, et cetera, on some level of capacity. I just would encourage us to continue to look at that and not just take the posture that because we're using the libraries for early voting that we can't utilize them for anything else. So.
Mr. Vice Chair, I have a comment when you're done, Mr. Ellis.
I'm done, Commissioner Hausman.
Go right ahead, Commissioner Hausman.
I agree with that. I think that we've proven, because we've conducted elections, that we can operate safely and interact with the public. We've historically held elections in libraries when they were open. And I know COVID has changed a lot of our natural operations, but we managed to do that before. And then I'll just say that as someone that went around and checked a lot of precincts during the voting process, we did a really good job with poll workers. I don't know that we necessarily need to rely on our library staff to do the bulk of that. We had so many poll workers in the precincts on yesterday. A lot of times, the ones I visited, we had more poll workers than we had voters. So, you know, we've got an engaged public now that's willing to help us probably do it again. I don't think we'll have the turnout, for one thing, that we had for a presidential race. So I think that there's a way that we can do a hybrid, as Commissioner Ellis has suggested, and phase in the reopening of some of our libraries to prepare for a major opening. And I continue to ask that you please consider that, please plan for that. And let's see how we can serve the public once again in a deeper way with our library services, because they've asked for it over and over again.
Vice Chair, I had a comment.
Okay, go right there, Commissioner Carr.
I too toured over a dozen polling sites myself, and Chairman Pitts as well. And I think we did a very good job on election day. The librarians, the library staff definitely helped supplement all of the precincts. The turnout, you know, obviously was not as high as expected, so things went very smoothly. However, in terms of opening up these libraries, you know, you want to do things slow and right, not fast and wrong. We are in the middle of a spike, and this is, according to Dr. Paxton, a record spike here we're talking about. So one of the things, Anna, if you could ask our library, I guess, director, what's going on? You know, we serve Fulton County in terms of libraries, the 15 cities, and Atlanta being a major city. What's going on in the other major cities in the United States? You know, is the Los Angeles County library system open or closed, for instance? And our apples to apples comparables like Mecklenburg County and so on and so forth. Are they open or closed? Are they partially open? I'd like to get a list of what's going on around us and in comparable counties and cities in terms of policy. Who else is open? If you know, and that doesn't necessarily mean that if they're open, that we should be open. So I'd like to get some information on that. If someone could get that to all of us, I think that'd be great to look at. But I'm not supporting opening right now unless I hear from the library board and they're saying they can do it in a safe manner, which I haven't. Unless we hear that, I'd like to hear from the experts.
I also would like to know where do we have the drive-through libraries right now? How many locations do we have that? Because, you know, maybe Middle Ground is expanding the number of drive-through locations.
So thank you for that question, Vice Chairman Arrington. We have all of our locations providing curbside service at this time. We expanded our hours for curbside service in, I believe that was the beginning of October or late September. And so all of the libraries have curbside service.
All right, so I guess it would be good to know, you know, what are the numbers looking like on that curbside service? Obviously, it's better if people can go in and access the computers and the actual books that are there, but I'd also like to see, you know, what the numbers are looking like as far as the number of people that are currently being serviced at all the libraries via curbside service.
Mr. Vice Chair, we will provide that number on the service rates for curbside service, and Commissioner Carn will also provide the report on what systems across the nation, as well as our neighbors, have been doing. We have been looking at that system. I believe that you and the board will find that it's a very mixed bag, and library systems are making adjustments based on what is going on in their community. But again, we do feel like we are not out of line in our decision to remain a primarily a curbside service system, but I will provide all the information that is requested.
Vice Chair, one last thing. Since we are discussing libraries, and I'm glad we're discussing this because I have gotten a call or two about the libraries and what's happening. There are a lot of residents that are not aware that the drive-through library system is available. And one thing I would additionally suggest that we do is perhaps when I recommended that elections video in terms of the steps, in terms of the options to vote, I think that was a big help in terms of early voting and made people feel a lot more comfortable. I think a simple 2-minute video explaining to folks that the libraries are open, that you can drive through and check out a book just like you drive through a McDonald's, but the simple steps of reserving a book and when to drive up to pick up that book. If you can drive up, if you can walk up, if you can ride a bicycle up, a simple video explaining how it works, what you have to do, and that any citizen can do. Again, is understandable. People are familiar with our libraries, but they're used to dealing with them in one way only. A lot of times new things are kind of hard to digest unless you have some simple instructions for them in terms of how to reserve that book. So I think the library department may want to consider that so we could get that out to our constituents and let them know, hey, the libraries are open. I mean, they drive by them, they may look closed to them. So, and the few people that go on the Fulton County Library website are far fewer than even bother to go on our official website. So it may not be a lot of awareness out there about it.
And that's a fair point, Commissioner. I actually do believe that Jessica's team created a video on how to access curbside service. I will confirm that with her. And you made a good point. When I provide the information that was requested, I'll also provide links so that we can leverage all of the commissioners' constituent spaces on how to access curbside services as well. But I'll check with Jessica, but I believe we already do have a video.
Well, if they made the video, I sure would like to get it so I could get it out to my folks. It'd be great.
We'll provide that, sir.
All right.
All right. Is there a next, are we on the next item or is there a next portion of this presentation?
The next portion of the presentation, Mr. Vice Chair, is the CARES Fund update.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. So we do have our standard update report for you today. As the manager indicated in his opening remarks, as of last Friday, we have expended a total of $68.4 million of the $104 million in CARES funds that have been made available to the county. And we currently still maintain a $1.6 million unallocated second wave reserve. Next slide, please. In providing you with the update on changes from the last reporting cycle, from a budgetary perspective, on the left-hand side of the slide, you'll see that we allocated $200,000 out of the second wave reserve into operational stability. That allocation was primarily to support some additional incremental costs in our allocation to election support. About an additional $400,000 was needed in that category. We also provided some additional funding for childcare for employees who are required to report to work while their children are potentially still in a virtual learning environment. So those were the primary changes on the budget and the commitment side. We also did reduce our commitment and purchase order obligation under some of our cleaning contracts by about $300,000. Next slide, please. This slide is the list of open purchase orders that we currently have. On the right-hand side, at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the totals. Currently, we have total open purchase orders of 37.5 million. We've made payments of 16.5 against those open purchase orders. We have completely closed out, issued and closed out 8.1 million in purchase orders. And year to date, we've issued a total of 45.6 million in purchase orders and paid out a total of 24.6 against those POs. Of note, still within the purchase orders that have been issued, the largest purchase order, of course, is with Bacotic Pathology Associates for the lab services related to our testing sites that we have. We currently have an open PO with them of 5.4 million, and we have expended 3.1 million against that PO. Other large POs of note, Dominion Voting System. This was a purchase order for additional equipment, the ballot marking devices, scanners, poll pads and such. And we have received the invoice for those and should be processing that invoice this week. That was about $2 million. We should be closing that out in the very near future. The other large items over on the right-hand side of the screen, we have still have our $4.5 million encumbrance with Goodwill Industries. We are seeing invoices come in on that. We've actually paid out a little less than $500,000 against that. At this point, we do not expect that we will fully utilize those funds, and we'll be looking to reallocate those for another purpose sometime in the month of November. The next large item is the contract that we have with CORE. It's a $3 million purchase order, of which we've paid out 1.5 million, and we've received another invoice. So we are making payment on that particular contract and expect that we will have that one fully paid out by the end of the year. Those were the highlights on the details for the purchase orders. Next slide, please. This slide is the view of our placeholders, what we call our placeholders, commitments, and then the other payments that have been made outside of the purchase order process. On the left-hand side of the screen, under placeholders, you see the amount for placeholders is 5.5 million. The largest components of that relate to the balance available for us to acquire PPE of 1.6 million. We have recently, in fact, identified another supplier for gloves, and will be reducing that placeholder this week. As a matter of fact, putting that order in with the vendor. And then the next largest item in that category is the balance remaining with the Board of Health for the execution of the testing plan, about 3.4 million. They have recently submitted a request for some additional temporary support, temporary staffing support for the specimen collection sites. And so that balance should be coming down as well as we fulfill those orders on their behalf. In the commitment section, the two largest items outstanding in the commitment section is the balance that we have for our municipal relief program. That balance sits now at 3.8 million. And an additional 1.4 million is still remaining for the community relief package that the board has approved. And this is the final amount that will be expended. And this is primarily still related to the payments for the artist program that the board approved in the second community relief package. On the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the total payments. Wires and other disbursements now sits at 43.7 million. The largest component of that is now the 21.1 million that has been paid out to our municipalities as they have submitted their reimbursement request for funds that they have expended. Of note, in that particular area is, and you'll see it on a later slide, is that most of the cities have now been fully reimbursed for any costs that they have submitted to the finance department. The total amount that we've paid between the wires and disbursements listed here, as well as the payments against purchase orders on the previous slide, totals the 68.4 million identified on the summary slide at the beginning. Next page, please. The community relief package update. You'll see on this slide that we've allocated a total of 21.8 million. We have expended 15.2 of that. The two components of that remain unexpended are in the job training area and in the second pass of the small business assistance, which is what I've been calling the artist program. Next slide, please. This slide provides you the information by city of the cities that have been fully paid out their CARES allocation. We will have, we are doing weekly payments for those cities that submit reimbursement requests. 3.8 remaining. The largest component of that rests with the city of Johns Creek at 2.3 million, and the other cities all have much smaller balances remaining, and they're continuing to submit their requests for reimbursement against these balances. On this slide, of the 21 million that's been reimbursed, about 20 million of that actually related to reimbursement of personnel related costs. Next slide, please. In the manager's opening remarks, he also mentioned that we would share with you our closeout plans, if you will, for the CARES Fund. And so that's what the information on this slide is providing. We will begin the final push to secure invoices for all of the items that we have purchase orders outstanding on. As well as Felicia and her team will continue to work with all of the vendors to ensure that all of the goods and services that we are looking for will be delivered. As we're doing that process, and we'll be doing that pretty much all of the month of November. Next week, we intend to finalize an internal review with the county attorney and the human resource department of all of our own public safety payroll related costs that would be CARES eligible that we could use to offset any of the current allocation that may not be expended. And then starting the middle of the month, running really from the middle of November through the middle of December, we will begin deobligating any purchase orders that we become aware of that will not be fulfilled or have been fulfilled, and there is some small residual that remains. We will start deobligating those POs and reprogramming those funds against our own public safety payroll related costs. And then the last 2 weeks of the year, we will be working again, mostly internally, making sure that we have met all of the accounting and financial reporting requirements associated with the CARES Act funds, so that when we roll into December 31st, we will have finalized our spend against the $104 million that we've been provided. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have on the update.
I'll start out with, and it's not really a question for you, Sharon, but the core updates, how frequently are we getting those, and how many, people have they serviced? And I don't necessarily need to answer now, but if someone can just forward.
Yes, Vice Chairman Arrington, Matt Kallmeyer would probably be the best person to answer that question. I'm not sure if he's still on the call, but we'll coordinate with him to get an update specifically on their activities for the board.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a next portion of this section of this item?
What was the elections?
No, it was just the election section. So we are going to eliminate that section in light of the item that was added to the agenda.
Okay, I know you said there was a report, so I guess we'll just receive that report at that time.
Yes, I'll go check with Jessica, but it'll be presented when Rick is present.
Okay, perfect. All right, are there any action items?
Not for this report, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, next item.
Continuing on page 9, 20-0795, County Manager requests ratification of countywide emergency procurement.
Move approval.
Second.
For purposes of the public, can we just have someone run through what the items are, the total and amounts?
What you might see as far as the legal side goes is the local wages being.
Is that someone answering the question, or if not, we need everyone to mute while you're not speaking?
Commissioner, Vice Chair, this is Felicia Strong Whitaker. For the emergency procurement related to COVID, it was $169,201.82. For the emergency purchases related to registration and election, it was $1,685,744.23. The total emergency total was $1,854,946.05.
All right, it's been properly moved in second. Any discussion or questions? All right, Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0796, Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval to award a contract without competition to provide postage services for countywide agencies.
Move approval.
Second. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 20-0797, Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of recommended proposals to provide standby professional services for facilities related design, engineering in areas of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection on an as-needed basis.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion or any questions regarding this item? All right, Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-798, Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide septic tank and grease trap maintenance services.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved in second. Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0799 Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide standby on-site HVAC and all-call maintenance services of air conditioning system.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moving second. Any discussion or questions? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 20-0800 Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of recommended proposal to provide professional landscape design, maintenance, irrigation systems for countywide facilities.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Any questions or discussions? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0801 Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide prepping, painting, cleaning, and refinishing existing areas in Fulton County Government Center atrium.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Morris, did you have a discussion?
No, I was moving approval while Commissioner Hall was moving approval. That's all.
All right. Sorry, I had a call. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 20-0802 Police request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide automobile repair services for the police fleet.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moving second. Any discussion?
What was that item number, please?
0802 Police.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have the vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 20-0803 Public Works request approval of a cooperative purchasing contract for sewer equipment.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved in second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll have the vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 12, 20-0804 Public Works request approval of a cooperative purchasing contract to purchase one Aries Mobile Pathfinder all-in-one controller inspection system.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Any discussion? If not, we'll vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0805, Public Works request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide mechanical and flange fittings for ductile iron pipes and discount to catalog items not listed.
Move
Approval.
All right, properly moved to second. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hausman.
Commissioner Hall, yes.
Commissioner Hall.
I don't think they let me vote twice, but thank you.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0806, Senior Services request approval to increase spending authority to provide congregate and home delivered meals, meal delivery, nutrition education, and nutrition counseling for Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
Move approval.
Motion. Second.
All right, properly moved to second. Any discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall. I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, 20-0808, Public Works request approval to accept a local maintenance and improvement grant from the Georgia Department of Transportation.
Motion.
Second.
Properly moved to second. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Commissioner action items 20-0809, sponsored by Chairman Pitts, request approval of a resolution authorizing the county manager and the county attorney to negotiate a lease agreement for the purpose of providing space for the Fulton County Registration and Elections Department to store election equipment if required for the November 3rd elections and for other purposes.
I'm going to move approval.
I'm second. This is a ratification though, right?
At the time we prepared it, Commissioner Arrington, there was a whole bunch of issues with regard to timing. They are waiting on this lease right now. It has not been signed, to my knowledge, by the county manager, but they need it in order to move some of the 3,000 equipments to that warehouse. The warehouse manager would not allow it to proceed without it being signed. And since we were so close to the meeting, we just decided to leave the first version, which was authorization, rather than thinking we had to sign it yesterday. And so we were trying to get into a ratification, but he has not signed it as of yet.
Can I ask what the purpose of this is? Have we been, is there a legal matter that we're responding to? What's going on here?
Is Ellis Kirby there? I'll allow him to give just a brief overview of what our plans are for the elections warehouse space needs.
Ellis Kirby, thank you, Commissioner Hausman. In short, this space is to bridge us until we can have a long-range plan for a comprehensive warehouse for all of our elections equipment and other warehouse space needs in the future. We were using 4700 North for a lot of the materials, and also with State Farm over the past few months, we were able to store the carriers and the elections equipment within our existing facilities. But as you the imminent opening of facilities next year, along with wanting to move forward with 4700, we're in dire need. We cannot fit, I think, half of the equipment into our current warehouse, and we've got to have this warehouse space actually tomorrow to get some of this equipment coming back into a conditioned space for future use and for future management. So, but this will be a bridge space, as the county manager mentioned, for us to get to developing options and locations for
a warehouse space that will meet the needs of elections for the future, given all the new equipment that we have.
So it's not necessarily tied to any legal matter. It's just a space issue, and potentially, I know there might be some limits to how long we have our current facility and things like that. Is that what this is addressing, or is this?
Yes,
I guess in my notes somewhere around here, I see that it mentioned a legal matter. It's the only reason I was asking.
Right. No, you're correct. We need the space. We need it for the space and for the equipment.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with lawsuits.
No.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. So why didn't Dream just put this on the agenda instead of the chairman?
Yeah, the reason that he didn't is because the chairman had been sitting in the meetings when we were going through the discussions about how we were going to store the extra machines, and he said that he would go ahead and pass the resolution to allow us to get it onto the agenda, because this issue only came up as being critical on Thursday. And so he acted rapidly to try to get it on the agenda so we could have the authority to get the equipment. And it was a timing issue, Commissioner Hall.
So you're treating it as an emergency? You keep saying critical and urgent. So
Well,
you treat
urgent in that we have no place to put the extra machines. If you recall, the elections warehouse.
I'm just saying, because we only approved for the chairman and the county manager to move forward with like emergency type things. Normally, this type of thing would be put on the agenda by the department that's requesting it. So that's why I'm asking the question of why the chairman did it. And the only thing that you responded is that it's critical and urgent, and he was sitting in meetings, so he took it upon himself to put it on the agenda. Is that correct?
Because of the timing for the cutoff for the submission of the items on the agenda had already occurred. So he put it on because he knew that we might need it to change it to a ratification, as the vice chairman indicated, or go forward with the authorization. If we could wait till today, then it would be authorization. So he just moved forward with it to allow it to be flexibly put on the agenda, but everybody's behind it, Commissioner Hall. Everybody was at the table.
Okay, thank you.
We want to follow up on that. Is there something in our rules that we passed that prohibits the county manager from putting on an item that might need to have a majority vote to get it on the agenda? I don't recall that. It seems not good business practice if there is an emergency or a critical time factor to a administrative function or a facility function, that, you know, we have the ability for our county manager to put something or request something be put on the agenda. Could we not do it that way? Just curious.
It could have been done that way. The issue was it might have been a request for the ratification of an action if he had to sign that lease yesterday. And we didn't decide who needed to put it on the agenda, except it needed to be put on the agenda. And this was the way it was decided to be done. That's all.
It did cause confusion, obviously, and questions. So I guess I just agree that in the future, for consistency and just so everybody understands what we're doing, that it's, you know, written a warehouse doesn't seem like it needs to be sponsored by any of the commissioners. It just seems like a facility matter that would come from the administration.
I agree.
All right, properly moved in second. I guess we'll have to vote. I see the chair is back. Mr. Chair, welcome.
Thank you. Continue, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners, full board appointments 20-0811, Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Regional Advisory Council. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Dave Ake for a full board appointment to a term ending August 1st, 2023.
Move approval.
Probably move in second. Hearing no discussion, Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
Chairman Pitts.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 14, 0-0812, External Affairs, presentation of the 2021 legislative agenda.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs. Today we are presenting a 2021 proposed legislative agenda. We have been reaching out to your offices to schedule meetings to get additional input from you. As you all recall, the 2020 legislative session was extraordinary in that the COVID-19 pandemic began while the legislative session was underway. The General Assembly adjourned the day after crossover day and then reconvened in June for a special session. As a result, many of the legislative priorities that we had worked on during this past session remain on the table. However, the 2020 session was the second year of the biennial session, so legislation will have to be reintroduced. So what you'll see in our proposed legislative agenda are many items carried over from 2020, as well as a few priorities that we have heard from our Fulton County departments. We have also, of course, wanted to make sure we are aligned with the ACCG, Association of County Commissioners of Georgia, legislative priorities. And you will see several of those reflected in here as well. So again, today is what, as we have done in years past, provided a presentation of an initial or proposed legislative agenda. And we will be requesting your additional input in the next few days and bringing this back for approval on November 18th. With that, we can go through these and I will be glad to take any questions or receive any comments that you would like to share with us today. Next slide, please. So here is a summary of these, and one of the first things that you will see listed here is the COVID-19 response. As the General Assembly convenes in 2021, unfortunately, we believe that our county government and our state and our nation and our world will still be dealing with the ramifications of COVID-19. And we wanted to have language in our package to address the ongoing impact of that pandemic. The other items here, as I stated earlier, are generally carryovers from our previous session and unfinished business that we still have remaining. Next slide, please. So as you see here, we have provided, again, some general language as we're still observing what legislative trends and wanting to hear some of the input over coming days, but says since March 2020, Fulton County has provided a robust public health, social service, and economic response to COVID-19. And as the pandemic continues, Fulton County seeks ongoing support from the state of Georgia to ensure that residents, businesses, schools, and local governments within Fulton County receive equitable access to state and federal resources. I'm going to just go through all of these and then come back to any questions. Next slide, please. This is again, an item that we have worked on the last couple of years. We did have 2 bills related to this item in this year's session. And we would, with the board's approval, seek to reintroduce that legislation. Fulton County seeks local legislation to ensure that portion of the Fulton County Executive Airport property currently in an unincorporated Fulton County remains so in perpetuity. Next slide, please. Transit continues to be a major concern and something where Fulton County has a unique role. And with the evolution in recent years with the creation of the ATL, we want to ensure that Fulton County remains a leader in this area. So what you see here, Fulton County supports the designation of a permanent seat on the ATL board to be filled by a county elected official to ensure the interests of citizens and businesses in Fulton County are met. Fulton County continues its support for long-term financing tools and to help local governments address their transit capital and operational needs to ensure appropriate integration and equitable connectivity. And Fulton County requests that the state of Georgia provide ongoing allocated funds for transit. Next slide, please. We have also addressed the issue of behavioral health, which is one of the critical issues that touches almost every other aspect of our service delivery. What you see here, and as you all are aware, we have had ongoing discussions with the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, as well as our own Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. This is also related to funding allocations for permanent supportive housing clients in partnership with the City of Atlanta. Fulton County seeks $1.5 million in annual funding to support behavioral health services for formerly homeless individuals and permanent supportive housing. This will allow Fulton County to maintain and establish services that began following the 2019 legislative session. Fulton County supports policies and additional funding to create greater capacity related to opioid and addiction prevention, treatment, and recovery programs. Fulton County seeks to serve as the safety net provider for behavioral health services for uninsured and underinsured residents in our county. Next slide, please. As you all may recall, and Commissioner Morris was part of these conversations, there was a task force or a panel of individuals from within the justice system who created a series of legislative priorities that were, while they are aspirational, they are also foundational to lasting justice reform and meaningful impact on improved operations and outcomes within our justice system. Obviously, there have been some changes within our justice system with the new recent elections, but we believe these are still important recommendations and would again seek your input. Fulton County supports legislation that creates a more efficient and effective justice system and improves outcomes for victims, defendants, and taxpayers, including additional long-term behavioral health treatment beds at Georgia Regional Hospital, additional state funding to expand the scale of existing diversion programs and establishment of new diversion programs, authorization for prosecutors to divert detainees to accountability courts prior to indictments, aligning with current procedures for pretrial diversion programs, establishment of state-supported transition center to help offenders successfully re-enter the community, providing employment, preparation, access to healthcare, housing, addiction treatment, and case management. Authorization to conduct certain judicial proceedings via video conferencing, state funding for local law enforcement and justice agencies to provide gang prevention training and appropriate intervention, state funding for training, prevention, and intervention related to sex trafficking, and amendments to provide statutory rights to children for child attorney in legitimation and termination cases. Those are all related to the justice system. Next is elections, and obviously very timely here with yesterday's and really a major shift in our election procedures that we have observed this year. One of these, and again, this is an area where we have aligned with ACCG. Fulton County is committed to providing secure elections in compliance with state law, requests state funding for implementation of new machines and associated costs. Also supporting legislation that allows electors within the county to vote at any precinct in the county on election day. This was particularly timely considering the number of election day polling place changes that we experienced yesterday. Fulton County supports expanding early voting locations to include non-government buildings, which would equalize with voter access currently afforded on election day. Fulton County supports statutory authorization to locate absentee ballot drop boxes at quasi-government sites, including public transit facilities. I can give one example. The Carter Center, which is on state-owned property, sought to be an absentee ballot drop box site. They felt that because they were owned by a government, the land they're on is owned by a government agency, that they would be able to do so, and they were not, because the law currently provides, or the regulations provide, for those to only be on city or county-owned properties. Also, Fulton County supports submission of absentee ballots at polling places. As I think you are all aware, a voter must surrender their ballot, complete an affidavit, and it is a longer process. And many voters have told us that they would like to be able to simply bring their absentee ballot to the polling place. Lastly, Fulton County supports revising the deadline by which counties must receive and accept absentee ballot applications in order to better ensure that voters' absentee ballots will be counted. Again, very timely. You may recall that the U.S. Postal Service recommended a 2-week turnaround time, and the law provides for absentee ballots to be requested up until the Friday before. And lastly, on our major policy areas, is the equity and appeals process. We did have legislation introduced this year by David Dreyer, who's the chairman of our delegation, of our House delegation, that would create some reforms that would mitigate issues with commercial properties losing value in the appeals process, disproportionately so compared to residential properties. I'm going to really quickly just go over a couple. I'm just not going to read all the text, but the last of our, these are some other policy areas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One is support for creative industries, including film, television, fashion, music, and esports. Next slide, please. Simplification of homestead exemptions. Next slide, please. Supporting housing solutions and affordability. Next slide, please. Homeowner protections. And so those are kind of the key areas within our proposed legislative package. We look forward to having, next slide, please, to having conversation with each of you about your input and any additional items you would like to see modified or added, so we can bring those forward for the vote in 2 weeks. Want to mention that November 16th is the first day to pre-file 2021 legislation, so we will be monitoring that very carefully. Obviously, with yesterday's election results, we do expect a number of new members of our delegation, I believe up to 11 potential changes within our 36-member delegation, so a significant number of new members to get to know. So we will be setting up meetings with those in coming days. And again, the legislative session, the 2021 session will be here before we know it. It will begin on January 11th. With that, Mr. Chairman and members, Ms. Calhoun is with me on Zoom as well, and we would be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'd like to offer an addition to the legislative packet. You may already know this, but up to 19 states plus the District of Columbia allow same-day registration. And I'd like to add to our packet that we push for permitting voters to register up to and on Election Day itself. And that is my ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have a comment to that.
Yes, Commissioner.
That's a political hot potato, Commissioner Hall. And I appreciate you bringing it forward, but I think that has to be vetted and discussed before we just add it to the list. And add it to the list of things to consider, but I don't necessarily think that all of us would agree on adding it to our package at this time.
That's fine. Consideration, discussion, whatever you need is fine with me.
Okay.
But I just want to put it out there.
Similarly, I would like to see other institutions of higher education added to the list of where ballot boxes can be dropped. I'd love to see one in the AU Center. Currently can only do it, I guess, at maybe at Georgia Tech or UGA because they are state owned, but I would love to have us have the opportunity to have those ballot boxes also accessible in the Atlanta University Center.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. I think that would be a great expansion, and we can include that as well in our updated draft.
I agree. Anything that expands voter access, accessibility, same-day voting obviously would be a gold standard that I would love to have in this state. So at some point, I want us to talk about that as well in terms of the possibilities of its passing. You know, obviously with a Republican-led state, there's not that much interest in all likelihood, but I think it's something we ought to take a look at as well. So.
Thank you.
All right. No action items then for us, Jessica?
No, sir. Not today.
All right. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Vice Chair and members of the board, going back to the consent agenda. Items moved for separate consideration by Commissioner Hall. First item on bottom of page 3. 20-0776, Public Defender, request approval of renewal of a MOU with United Way of Greater Atlanta to support and select group of chronically homeless individuals released from the Fulton County Jail.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Hall, did you have want to make a statement, or I know you had it removed. Is there any other, or does anyone else have any comments or discussion?
Yeah, I just thought it was a really good resolution and that it deserved a little more information for the public. That's all. It's very good.
Is there anyone on staff that has more information about this item? Or they can provide more information for the public's benefit?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Arrington, Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. This item is the result of additional funding from HUD specifically to address homeless issues during the pandemic. The county received 2 rounds of funding from HUD for the constituents who are experiencing homelessness or are at risk of experiencing homelessness. And this funding was awarded to nonprofit organizations, in addition to the municipalities were offered the opportunity to apply for funding as well.
I think this is the public defender item. I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, could you clarify for us whether this is the public defender's item, the United Way item?
Yes, 0776.
Yeah, this is a standing agreement we've had with the United Way for several years. I believe Public Defender Pitts and his staff is on if they would like to provide additional information.
That is correct. Yeah, this is a program based on the memorandum of understanding that we've done with the United Way. This is the 5th year of this program. And what it provides is transitional housing for Fulton County inmates who are being released from the Fulton County Jail. They can stay in that housing for up to 90 days, and then they are transitioned into permanent housing. While they're in this program, they are assigned an ACT team from Grady Hospital, which is an assertive community treatment team, which provides services and case management for each of the persons in here in the program. What this does is saves the county a lot of money in housing inmates with mental health issues in the Fulton County Jail. It costs approximately $17 a day to keep people in the program, whereas it costs anywhere from $85 to $100 a day to keep them in the Fulton County Jail. It also gets people into the permanent housing where they also receive case management and treatment and counseling, and it keeps people from going back to the jail and committing crimes. So it's a program that works. In the 5 years that we've been doing it, I think I'm only aware of maybe 2 people who dropped out of the program. In addition to the beds that we provide for mental health clients who are the toughest people to get out of jail because finding housing is really, really difficult to get them out. This provides that plus services, and it's a program that really works. But I only recall maybe 2 people in the entire period of this program who dropped out of the program. In the time of the COVID virus, when the jail has been overcrowded, where the courts have slowed down processing of cases, it is a program that helps everybody involved in the justice system. And it's one of the things that was mentioned in the legislative update regarding the criminal justice system. It's a program that works, it saves money. I did some numbers, and last year we had 58 people who come through the program for the $60,000. We also had some additional beds that were provided for free for people with drug problems who would stay up to 6 months in that program. But if the person stayed in jail, the 58 people stayed in jail at $85 per day, it would come out to be $4,938 a day to keep those people in jail. Over the period of 90 days, it would be $443,700. And we're doing this for $60,000. So it's a program that basically pays for itself. It helps the clients and with the mental health problems, and it helps the community by providing housing for homeless people with mental health issues. And it also keeps them from coming back and recommitting crimes and going back into the jail. So it's one that works. And we'd like to thank the United Way for working with us on this program. In addition to having those beds, it's opened up another number of programs and housing for us outside of this program for our other clients. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about this program. It's one that works, saves money, and it helps save the community. So
You're
any other
very
questions?
welcome. No, thank you. My constituents pay very close attention to the agenda, and they ask a lot of questions, especially about those consent items. And so I can do no extra justice for a program that doesn't belong to me. And so I'm thankful, Mr. Pitts, for you speaking about your program. It is an awesome one, and the details were welcomed by my constituents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair, the chairman's out, so you need to call the matter to a vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
We already had that, I believe.
All right, Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Mars,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Next item on page 4, removed for separate consideration by Commissioner Hall, 20-0778, Community Development. Request approval to enter into an MOU for Emergency Solutions Grants CARES Act to be used for the provision of emergency shelter outreach, rapid rehousing to prevent, prepare for, responding to the coronavirus pandemic for Fulton County to moderate income citizens.
Thank you. Is there anyone that could speak to this particular item? I
Yes.
think this might have been the one that, I think this might have been the one that Dr. Rochelle was speaking of before, right?
It was Commissioner Hall, and Dr. Rochelle is here. I also wanted to ask you if you were interested in hearing 0779 and 0780 together, since they're related. I'm sorry, 0779.
Yes, I was gonna ask if that could be done. Thank you.
Sounds like a motion to reconsider the agenda.
Absolutely, and just hear those together if you want.
Motion to hear those 3 items together. I'll second it. All right, let's have a vote. Motion to hear these 3 items together. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Mars,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Dr. Rochelle?
Good afternoon again. Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. The first 2 items are related to our homeless division and our ESG funding. The first wave of funding is related to our HUD CARES funding that the county received. And this item provides awards to nonprofit organizations and the city of East Point for the provision of homeless services related to the pandemic. The second item is also ESG funded. However, it is our regular or routine allocation from HUD. And this allocation provides the same type of service provision for homeless constituents and those constituents that may be on the brink of experiencing homelessness. The third item is the HIV elimination item. This item seeks to provide a best practice media campaign and will allow the Department of HIV elimination to engage in the Greater Than AIDS public information campaign related to the HIV epidemic.
Move approval.
I had a second with discussion. I definitely think, obviously, this is something that's greatly and sorely needed. I see the Gateway Center is included in this, some of this funding. One of the things I see around downtown here, in between our office, the government center, the Atlanta City Hall, as well as our state capitol, Obviously, when we pull into work here, some of us see the homeless population underneath the bridges and viaducts and thoroughfares there, connecting I-20 to 85 and 75, both north and south. I visit the state capitol frequently. And I remember a couple of weeks ago, myself and Commissioner Hall went up for Commissioner Darnell's dedication to her interchange, which was a great event, by the way. We literally were almost walking over homeless individuals there. And this is a heartbreaking situation where I pull in here, throughout the week and pass by so many homeless folks. I guess I want to ask Dr. Rochelle, can we ask some of these organizations to directly address those individuals in and around our government complexes in particular? I know some people choose not to have any homeless services or don't want shelter, but that's not always necessarily the case. And I guess my question is, how do we reach those people that we see every day, literally blocks from here? Or how do we get these organizations to go and see about these folks specifically around here at our doorstep that obviously need help? And you're looking at millions of dollars of funds here. And again, those 2 blocks up the road, they may not know we're passing this, or they may not benefit from this funding. So how can we direct some of these organizations to go see about those folks in our immediate surroundings, in the immediate surrounding of the Gateway Center in particular?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Carn. A partner organization that we work with closely is Partners for Home. They receive funding. They also receive the same ESG funding that the county receives, and they provide the services immediately surrounding the Fulton County Government Center and within the city of Atlanta. We do partner with them on a variety of homeless initiatives. For example, we partner with them on the weather initiative, where we provide transportation for homeless individuals during cold months. And we also work with them on our permanent supportive housing and have worked with them also on our isolation hotel. But the immediate area surrounding the government center and the Capitol is within the purview of the city of Atlanta, who did receive ESG COVID funding and an ESG allocation as well.
Well,
They do have a homeless outreach team, much like Fulton County does, and that team does go around and engage with individuals that are under the underpass that you see out there, as well as around the buildings. That response, again, sometimes it's not lasting. They do go and engage with those homeless individuals. But as Dr. Rochelle stated, they are funded and have matching services like us. But one thing we could do, Commissioner Carn, is identify the specific needs you're talking about with our partners in the city of Atlanta at Partners for Home and ask them to address those specific needs.
Yeah, and I do see the partners address them at times. I see the vans that pull up on the side of the road that do feedings, and that's a great thing. But I don't think this is a jurisdictional issue. This is just an issue of need. And all of these organizations, if we're giving them this funding, I want us to make sure we let them know specifically that they're individuals that we see every day here, that and from what I've seen, we put money into this stuff, but it doesn't seem like the problem gets any better. And I'm not a homeless expert, but I know what I see, and whatever's being done, it doesn't seem to be effective enough, or obviously it's not, because they're still homeless and they're still in need. And obviously I know money doesn't resolve all of our issues, but I'd like us to, when we hand this money over to all of these groups, jurisdiction or not, I want us to point that out and mention that and see if they can do something more direct there in those surrounding areas. So I want us to make a concerted effort. And if we are making an effort, I want us to double those efforts. So that's all I got on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Carn.
Vice Chair, you need to call the Vote.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. It's been properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays. Next item, removed from the consent agenda for separate consideration by Commissioner Holler on page 6. 20-0781, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a resolution approving a lease agreement with the Georgia Department of Human Services, Division of Family and Children Services for the use of county-owned real property for the purpose of distributing toys and economic assistance.
Yes, I asked for this one to be pulled because it is absolutely a great thing that Fulton County is doing. But the public have asked, for details on what it is and why.
Hello, Commissioner Hall. This particular item is a use agreement between Fulton County Department of Family and Children's Services and Fulton County for the use of our currently vacant 475 Fairburn Road property. That property is literally a few blocks up the street from Fulton County DFAC's offices on Fairburn Road. They have an annual toy drive where they are distributing toys to needy children and families across the county. And they need a staging location where all the toys can be brought, donated toys can be brought to one central location and then subsequently distributed to the public. So they need a place, they need a building. And we have one up the street from them, so it makes it logistically easy for them. This will be our 3rd year that we have partnered with DFACs to do this. And with your approval, we'll continue.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I know that Lydia has been at the helm of this all 3 years, and I just think the continuation of it is awesome. So thank you for that. And I move approval.
I'll second that. Any more discussion? If not, we'll vote. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
The motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0782, Real Estate and Asset Management. Accept and file the Fulton County Capital Program Quarterly Report for the period of July 1st to September 30th, 2020.
Yes, I asked for this to be pulled because generally we do get sort of a presentation on capital improvement updates, and I just wanted to get a quick overview for the public on what's being covered in this particular update.
Commissioner, this particular report is intended to cover our very large capital projects across multiple program areas. Those areas being the Urban Redevelopment Bond. It also covers capital projects being performed by DREAM, building construction, as well as DREAM's HVAC unit. So ultimately, we have multiple projects related to infrastructure under the Urban Redevelopment Bond that will complete major mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrades in all our downtown facilities. We also have several HVAC projects throughout the county that we're actually finalizing, where we have either upgraded the mechanical equipment and or the controls, giving us the ability to more efficiently regulate temperature in facilities. And lastly, there's also the wayfinding project that's included in this that will see a significant improvement in the overall branding of the Justice Center as well as the Juvenile Justice Center as it relates to wayfinding in and around those facilities, which has been proven to be very difficult over the years.
Thank you, because when I was out and about over the past couple of weeks, I consistently got questions about the libraries and what's open and what's closed, and I couldn't find a recent update on that particular, on those particular renovations. Can you just briefly tell us quickly about what libraries are being renovated still and what the expected opening date might be?
The final round of library renovations will include those, the Ponce de Leon Library. It will also include, and like I said before, we're finishing this up. We're actually starting to plan the reopenings of multiple facilities. And if you can bear with me for a second, I can give you the specific facilities. Right. All libraries have been completed with the exception of the Hateville Library, which is still under construction, as well as the Central Library. We just received an update on the Central Library late last week, in which there will be a staggered reopening by floor. We anticipate those reopenings to start within the 2nd to 3rd week of November, concluding in the 1st week or 2nd week of December, at which point the entire Central Library will be reopened. The Hateville Library is projected to be completed. Bear with me. 3rd week of November.
Thank you so much. I move approval.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so properly moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Who seconded?
We didn't have a second, Vice Chairman.
I second it. I may have been on mute.
Okay.
Any more discussion? All right, Commissioner Hausman.
And this motion is to accept.
The motion is to accept and file the capital.
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Continuing on page 6, 20-0783, Human Resources Management. Request approval to revise the lactation accommodation policy.
I pulled this because it's policy, and so it was a little odd to me that it was on the consent agenda. And also because there was nothing showing the exact changes that were being made to the policy. But I did finally receive the changes from Mr. Herman, and thank you for that. I think I see you on there, Mr. Herman. Thank you for providing the changes to show what had been revised in this. But my question was about why was it on consent when it's actually a policy change?
There is no requirement for any action of the board to be on one side of the agenda or the other. Any matter can be taken up by consent. There was just a thought process that no one would have any objection to this particular matter since it was just coming current with legislative, changes. And so it was just placed on the consent agenda because that's where you place things that are not controversial or that meet certain dollar limits. So there is no magic formula to where things that are policy considerations go for the board. You can.
Okay, well, I believe that if you're making change to policy, that it does not need to be on a consent agenda because it's not discussed. We do need to discuss any policy change because as Board of Commissioners, we are responsible for those changes. And we should also know exactly what changes are being made to the policy because we are the Board of Commissioners and it is our responsibility to make those changes. So that's just my input on that. And since I do now know what the changes are because Mr. Herman did provide that, I'll go ahead and move approval.
I'll second that with a quick discussion. I agree. Obviously, we want to follow proper procedure. I think this is a great bill that was passed. I personally want to thank my state representative, Kim Schofield, who was very instrumental in making sure this legislation was available and helped to make it happen, I was told. But I'll definitely second that.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman.
I don't know that I've been provided with the policy.
Mr. Herman, do you want to perhaps speak briefly on this item for the sake of the public?
Yes, I will. All commissioners were provided an informational memo last Thursday or Friday, but I have Lana Hill here who's the policy administrator for the HR department that can dive into the details behind the state law and why we're making a change. Lana?
Good afternoon, commissioners. So essentially, Fulton County's current policy is based primarily on federal law. And up until now, federal law and state law have been pretty consistent. But the Georgia legislature did make those changes, which makes the requirements of state law more robust than the requirements of the federal law. Under the federal law, which again our current policy is based on, employers had to provide unpaid lactation time to non-exempt employees for the first 12 months after childbirth. Under Georgia law, it covers all employees and is paid break time, and then there is no time limitation on the number of years that a mother can lactate. So those are the three main differences between state and federal law. And again, we're trying to bring our policy into compliance with state law.
Okay, well, let me just say this, because Mr. Herman alluded to having sent something on Thursday or Friday. What I asked Mr. Herman to send me was the red line version so that I can actually know what the actual changes were to the policy, because that was not provided. So thank you, Mr. Herman.
So my internet went out for a moment, and I apologize. I missed the entire discussion. I haven't reviewed the policy. I may have no issues with it whatsoever, but I agree that policies should not be on a consent agenda. They should be discussed with the commissioners. I would like the opportunity to look at it. If this is crucial, somebody needs to tell me that. Otherwise, I would appreciate just holding it to allow everybody the opportunity to really look at it.
Commissioner Hausman, if I can just briefly update you on what they said. Basically, our current policy mirrors the federal policy. There was a change in state law. The federal policy, our current policy, basically allowed for unpaid lactation time. The new Georgia law requires for paid time for lactation and removes the 12-month limit. So I don't know if it's crucial, but it certainly will bring our current policy into compliance with the new state law.
And I can appreciate that. I'm not opposed to, making a change to conform with state law. I am opposed to having policy slid under, without any sort of review or discussion or even, attention paid to it. So I'm not going to vote for it if we're going to rush it through like that without any, attention paid to it.
Commissioner, the policy change is not crucial. We can table it until the next board meeting. I will ensure to recirculate the communication to include a red line and a clean version, which was part of the original document, so that everyone can have it, and then we can address it at your next board meeting.
I would appreciate that in this case, and I'd appreciate it in every case. Thank you.
So I'll take that as a friendly amendment and remove my motion to approve so that we can hold it.
Okay. I think Commissioner Carr, do you still want to second?
Yes, I'll remove that as well.
All right, but are you seconding the new motion?
Let's second the new motion.
Yes.
All right. So, motion on the motion to hold, Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
The motion passes to hold 5 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0784, Human Resources Management, request to temporarily promote William Yates to interim police chief effective November 4th.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you like for me to comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, as you recall, in executive session, we discussed the necessity to backfill Chief Halbert upon his announced retirement, which was October the 26th. We had a very nice session recognizing Chief Halbert along with the Fulton County Police Department last week. Now we are bringing this forward, which puts Deputy Chief Yates into this position as interim. He's been deputy chief since 2017. He's been with the department over 25 years, starting in patrol, being a lieutenant in the patrol division, a captain in the criminal investigations division, and then a major over our special operations SWAT team. So as we move forward, we will be looking at the appropriate timing and process for a search, as I've done several times before, and then narrowing down a list of candidates to bring back to the board for your consideration and ultimate approval for the Chief of Police of Fulton County.
Thank you. Move approval.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Unless there's more discussion, we'll take a vote. Commissioner Hausman.
Well, I want to just say congratulations in advance to Interim Chief Yates. Appreciate your willingness to step into this role, and I vote yes.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, before I heard Tanya say November 4th, my agenda item says October 28th, so I just want to get confirmation on the date.
I think it would have to be effective as of today unless we were ratifying something that was done previously.
Mine says November 4th as well.
Which is today, is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
My suggestion, Mr. Vice Chair, we leave it November 4th.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners.
Congratulations.
Okay, last item for separate consideration, 20-0785, Human Resource Management. Request approval to make routine modifications to the classification section of the classification and compensation plan.
I pulled this because I saw that it said it was a chief of staff title change. And I just wanted to know, was this change going to impact all chief of staff positions across the board for all elected official staff, or I wasn't sure because I noticed that this is, I think it's in the DA's office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stacey Jones, Deputy Chief Human Resources Officer. This change, yes, you're correct. It is a title change of the Chief of Staff, District Attorney. That would be changing to a Chief of Staff appointed. And essentially, we currently have multiple department-specific Chief of Staff titles in our classification plan. And this change would really create one general Chief of Staff title that could be shared among other elected official offices. I would like to say and clarify, though, that this change does not have any impact on any current occupied position or any positions in the commissioner's office.
Thank you so much. Move approval.
So I have a question. Have we spoken with, I guess, the current and or the incoming DA about this change?
We've had conversations with the incoming DA, and it's actually to facilitate her transition as well as the incoming sheriff, to make this chief of staff title generic, so that they could fill that role without having to create a chief of staff sheriff's office, a chief of staff DA's office, a chief of staff solicitor's office. It just keeps our classification plan a little cleaner, commissioners.
All right. I mean, I'm happy to support this. I just don't, I get weary about routine things because what's routine for someone may not be routine for someone else. But I'm happy to support this. All right, we'll probably move to second.
A second, Coach there? He doesn't have a second.
I'll second it. Any discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. First add-on item on page 4 of the add-on memo, 20-0816. Animal Welfare Hearing Board. Vice Chairman Arrington has nominated Jessica Hamby for a district appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2020.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 20-0817, elections update.
No, that's supposed to be after executive session.
After executive session. All right, so I've got 1:07 p.m. What time do we want to begin executive session? 1:30? Is that fine with everyone?
Yes, with me.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'll move that we recess for executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
Second.
Probably moving in second. Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, and I expect they're going to be sending us some materials right now.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Vice Chair, what time did you say again?
I was thinking 1:30 if that's acceptable for everyone.
Okay. All right.
So we should assume we'll get the call-in instructions and we'll start the executive session at 1:30.
Yes.
And any information we need.
Everyone should have the call-in instructions. Vice Chair, I did send that to you personally as well.
Okay, thank you. As well as the agenda.
Yeah, the agenda is coming from Danette John.
Can I just say that it's most helpful if we get that information right when we're going into executive session rather than have to search for it that came in hours ago?
It really is.
I will forward.
Because I get a lot of emails. It would be at the top of the email for me.
I will forward you Jessica's email right now. We haven't sent the agenda before, unless it just came to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so I suggest we leave this so that we make sure that there's no cross-contamination of our executive session and the public meeting.
Rico, is that it? Mute everything. Mute. Turn off the camera and pause the record. You see it too.
Are we back on?
There's the chairman.
Almost. We're working on it.
He has the call in information. I told him. I'm calling right now. Reaching.
Hey, Rick, they're ready for you now. It's getting on now.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Everyone.
Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Welcome back, commissioners. We're going to call the roll, please. Chairman Pitt.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Houseman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Vice Chairman Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Carn.
Here. Commissioner Carn is in the room with me here, so everybody's present?
Yes.
All right, Madam County Attorney, items from executive session to be approved.
Yeah, the only matter from executive session that I need approval for is to increase the settlement authorization in the matter of Paris Frederick versus Fulton County, U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Georgia, Atlanta Division Civil Action Number 119 CV 02893, and to increase it from 25,000 to 27,500, and to authorize the chairman to execute the settlement agreement.
All right, is there a motion?
Move approval.
All right, I'll second. Any questions or comments? If not, let's vote. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open.
Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion.
And I vote yes as well.
Thank you,
Motion passes
Commissioner.
unanimously.
Thank you. That's it for you?
Yes.
All right, one other matter from the, from executive session for final approval. The Board of Commissioners, utilizing the executive search firm of Baker Tilly LLP, has concluded its search for the clerk to the commission. I move that we approve the appointment of Tanya Greer to the position of clerk to the commission in accordance with FC Section 2-107, effective Wednesday, November 4th, 2020. Ms. Greer will be paid a salary of $105,000 per annum and be entitled to all benefits customarily afforded to Fulton County employees. Motion, all right, properly moved. Motion by Commissioner Carn, and I'll second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
And Commissioner Carn, you already voted?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Carn, then I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other matters from executive session?
Congratulations.
No, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, Mr. Barron.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, commissioners.
All right, Mr. Barron is on. This is an election update. You have the floor, Mr. Barron.
Okay. So we had a.
Mr. Barron, you look like you're in a smoky room. Are you in a nightclub?
Well, no, I grabbed the one. There's a suite. I'm on the suite level at State Farm, and I guess it's the way this light is. I thought maybe it was just my computer. It's one of the suites here right next to the room where we're counting.
Well, I thought you might deserve a little break, so I just didn't know. Not time for a break yet, I guess.
I was going to say that I wish I could get that break, but we actually have early voting starting on Monday for the December 1st election.
I know, that's amazing.
In case anyone's forgotten. Okay. So we had a very successful early voting. We voted 315,418 people during early voting. We had 58,188 people vote on election day. And so far we have published 74,024 votes for absentee by mail. In addition to that, yesterday we scanned another 25,000 absentee by mail ballots. And there's vote review panels scheduled for 2 p.m. today to adjudicate all of those ballots so that we can publish those results. Currently, what we are working on right now with absentee by mail, we started this morning with 4 bins of ballots that are being opened and scanned. There were another 24,000 ballots in that. We have an additional 12 ballot boxes that are ready to open and scan, that we're opening and scanning. That's another 9,600 ballots. We have 15 trays that we've transported over here from downtown, which is another 6,000. And then there are 2,800 ballots that we received with the drop boxes yesterday that are in signature verification and getting credit for voting, that will get those done today. And the ballot review committee starts at 2 p.m. and we have told them to be available for the remainder of the day in order to get all of those, the ballots that we need adjudicated, to get those completed as well today. And so that is we should scan about approximately 42,400 ballots today. And in addition, with the 25,000 that we had scanned yesterday that weren't adjudicated, there are about approximately 67,000 to 68,000 that are going to be published through the day today. In addition to that, we had a relatively successful election day. It was much lighter turnout. It was much the same as 2016's presidential election on election day, except a little bit slower, but that can be, we can account for that because our absentee by mail, we voted more people through early voting and absentee by mail this election than we did the entirety of the 2016 presidential election. And at this point, I can take any questions.
Vice Chair Arrington.
I have some, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Arrington, Morris, Curran.
Hausman.
All right, Arrington, Morris, Curran, Hausman. Okay.
Mr. Barron, I just wanted to take this time to thank you and your team for doing an awesome, excellent job in preparing and leading up through early voting and through yesterday. Obviously, we still had a few minor, issues to deal with, but again, I've said it before. When things didn't go well, I spoke up. So I want to make sure that I speak up when things do go well. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, and my staff has been, I think they're exhausted, but they're still going.
Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, I'll add my congratulations, Rick. It's a mind-boggling job to think about, and it worked well. So did I understand in effect that we have now reported all votes except the possibility of these 67,400?
Yes, that's the case. And then we'll have provisional ballots. We are sorting all of the provisionals that came in. We haven't through Friday to do the research on that. We'll have to, anything that's out of precinct, we have to remake those ballots and then and scan those. And then we can receive UOCAVA ballots through Friday as well, from military.
So the provisional ballots, about how many of those? They're not in the 67,400.
I don't have the exact figure yet. No, this is going to be in addition to. I know that it's at somewhere in the 1,200 to 3,000 range, but I don't know the exact figure. As soon as we expect to have that later today.
Okay. And I guess I need a little understanding about this adjudication process. Who is on this committee or whatever you called it that does
the full code Democrats and the full code Republicans appoint members to the vote review panel, and any ballots, we scan all the ballots through afterwards. If any of the ballots have a contest that is flagged, that where somebody needs to make a decision on voter intent because of whatever marks are on that ballot, those are then adjudicated by the vote review panels that the political parties appoint.
Okay, so these folks only look at the ones that the scanning alerts something.
Right. They get flagged, and then a member of each party looks at that, and then they determine what the intent of the voter was.
And if they disagree, what happens?
And there is a tiebreaker, and that's done by Ralph Jones on my staff.
Okay, a staffer is the tiebreaker.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. You know, I'm hoping that we're not going to have a lot of disputes about counting votes. I hope we're going to count all the ones that are legitimate. And
yeah, we have had, I think Ralph, throughout this election, he's only had to make a decision on 2.
Oh, really? Okay,
yes.
Good. All right. Thank you. My last question is about the water, because I've gotten, I mean, you know how it is. Well, most folks are happy, and I think county manager talked about the survey of satisfaction from voters leaving the process. But like anything, I've gotten some emails and calls. Can't believe that we use water as an excuse for not getting the results out on a timely basis, kind of stuff, you know. So, my question really is, if you can describe for us why. I mean, there were reports that we stopped counting for 4 hours or something because of the water. Can you describe for us what the nature of that problem was and why we had to stop, and whether all of that is actually accurate?
A pipe burst in the ceiling above the room. We're scanning opening ballots, and it looked really like there was rain coming out of the ceiling, and the entire carpeting was just covered in water. And so I've got a video of it. It's actually there was a lot of water in that room. The Hawks came in really quickly, and they fixed that pipe leak and got the carpet cleaned up. We had staff on site.
There's some noise or something.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. The timeline might be important here. The pipe broke at 6:07. It was repaired at 8:07.
Yeah, the Hawks were very quick about getting that out, getting that whole situation remediated for us.
And which day, and AM or PM?
That was AM.
Of which day?
Yesterday. On election day.
Okay. And so you all sort of grabbed up the ballots and got them out of there?
They were all in boxes. No ballots were damaged, and none of the equipment was damaged. But there was it looked like there was a little pond on the floor that had gathered up.
And you had folks leave for a while. Is that the 4 hour gap where you weren't working on them inaccurate?
Well, the pipe, Yeah, and the pipe was reported, the pipe burst was reported, yeah, sometime around what Chairman Pitts said, and then it took a couple hours for them to get that cleaned up for us. And I'm not sure about where the 4-hour time period came in, but what Chairman Pitts reported is more in line with what, but I don't know how much work they were able to get done as that the water was being sucked out of the carpet. I mean, I can send you the video if you'd like to see it so you can get a better understanding of it.
Well, I'm just trying to be able to
like
respond to these folks that have called me and bugged me about it. I'm just trying to understand exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it wasn't meant to be any sort of an excuse. It's just that if you see the video, it looks like there was rain coming out of the ceiling. There was no way to go in there and perform work.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But I think the responsiveness of the Hawks and the personnel here at State Farm was exemplary in getting that situation, and they were prepared to move us to a different part of the arena if necessary. But I think once they assessed it, they knew that they could just get it. It would be better for them just to do what they did rather than move us to a different part of the arena.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Carn.
Thank you. Richard, good job. You guys had a big job to do. You took care of it. And I think you met most of the expectations. So we thank you. We appreciate you and the hard work of all of your staff members, volunteers, and additional departments that came in. Everybody grabbed the shovel and got to work on it. So good job. You mentioned, so you've got 42,000 more to finish up today, and then you'll have a full 67,400 to be done. So that'll be all the counting after today, right?
Yes, except for provisional and any UOCAVA that come in from overseas.
What time will these 67 be finished, do you guess?
Well, I think it's by the time the adjudication's done, it's probably going to be sometime in the 9 p.m. to midnight range.
Okay, so ballot review committee's 2 p.m. You guys are going to be counting all through that, and 9 p.m. tonight, you'll have the 67 additionals will be added in.
Yes.
Okay, and I think the other question was answered. So total numbers, is that still at that? I heard 441 at one point somewhere. Totally.
We were at 447, 630.
Okay, and that's without the 67,400.
Correct, sir.
Okay, so we're going to top 500,000, and is that everything, or that's not everything?
Well, we'll still have provisionals, and we'll still have any military coming from overseas.
Okay, I mean, we were looking at 600,000 or so.
Well, we were projecting that there would be an 80% turnout, which would be 620,000. Okay. And we were hoping to drive 80% of the voters who voted to absentee and early voting. So we definitely succeeded in that aim, because it was almost 60,000 voted on election day, and the remaining 300, and once we get done with absentee by mail, we will have somewhere in the 142,000 range for absentee by mail, and adding that on to the 315,000 early votes, that is 457,000 will have voted before election day, and about 60,000 will have voted on election day.
Okay, so we're looking around 535 possibly total, something.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's all I had. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Houston.
Yes, thank you. And Rick, thank you for all your hard work. I went around yesterday to a lot of precincts. You had more than adequate coverage with poll workers. There was some, frantic trying to get things open on time because of the moving situation and whatnot. But most, I think we only had what, one or two that had even a little bit of a delay, not long at all.
Right.
And, you know, to have turned that situation into virtually unnoticeable by the voters, you should be commended for that. So, and everybody seemed to be very enthusiastic about working, and it was good. Some of the precincts I went into, though, you know, there were more workers than voters.
Yes.
Turnout yesterday was pretty slim, which was surprising. And I do have some question about numbers, so I'm going to try and go through all this methodically because, you know, the eyes of the nation really are on us here, because we're one of the last states to report, and everything we're doing is going to be scrutinized. So let's just, you know, talk about it, okay?
Okay.
We pride ourselves in trying to get reporting in the day of the election. You know, all these absentees, of course, wasn't possible. But can you just tell us what time we reported the election day numbers?
The election day numbers, for the most part, I think we probably finished those up sometime around 2 a.m. The early voting numbers with the new system, because our early voting, the way we have to do it now, it took us a full 8 hours to close out early voting. And I talked to a senator this morning and told him that I'd really like his help about getting something done legislatively to close out early voting before 7 p.m. It took, because we allocated 92 scanners for early voting. Those scanners only can hold a certain amount of ballots at a time. Once they get to a certain point, we have to go out, we have to collect those ballots and put in new compact flashcards. Once we do that, every one of those compact flashcards has to be zeroed out and tapes have to be printed. And so it took us a full 8 hours to close out early voting, which is unlike anything we had to do in the past. We usually could get early voting done on a big election sometime within 90 to 120 minutes. But unless we get a legislative change, every time we have a big election and we have a massive early voting program like we did this time, we're going to have very late early voting reporting.
Okay, so I think that's where the confusion came in, because in one of your press briefings, you did say that you thought you'd have all that done by 8:30.
Yeah,
and
I think it was based on when we had the elections, when we've had elections previously this year, it just didn't, the early voting program wasn't that large in June, August, or, and part of it, we didn't have to switch out so many compact flashcards throughout the entire early voting process. So if you have a lower turnout election, you can allocate it, and then you only have those cards to, and I talked to someone at the state this morning and kind of expressed the frustration. If you have a big early voting program, it's very hard to close that out.
well, I'm sure I know which senator you're referring to. He called me at midnight last night looking for that information, and he asked me if he could call you, and I said, absolutely, you can call
Yes,
me.
yeah, I spoke to him. I think I spoke to him at 3 a.m. as well. So
yeah, I'm sure you did. But anyway, all right. And so then all of the early voting has been tabulated and entered into the system, right? Okay. And then election day voting numbers. What was our turnout for election day?
It was 58,188 is.
Okay, 58,188.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I've got 57,330 in some email here. I don't know where that number came from, but.
What is it? Oh, well, I'm going by the times cast. And so what that includes are ballots that have votes on them, but there may be undervotes. So there are 58,188 election day ballots cast. In the presidential race, 57,330 were the total ballots cast. So some people undervoted in that contest.
Okay. And then it's your 5 o'clock press briefing. You said we only had 14,152 votes that have been cast at that point. So I'm assuming that was an error of some sort, because there's no way in that last hour, 2 hours, you would have quadrupled that number. In your press briefing, I think Dwight gave an update of the total of.
I know where he got that. Okay, so we have, if he did that at the Board of Registration and Elections meeting, the way to explain that is what that total is that he pulled off of Web EOC. That all that total is the number of technicians we have in the field. They're reporting. If they don't report all of the total number of check-ins into Web EOC, that figure actually shouldn't be for public consumption, because it's completely dependent on whether the techs in the field are updating accurately the number of check-ins at every precinct.
Well, okay, I just for future, I think that causes some confusion.
Yes.
If you're going to give a number, I mean, we need to make sure we're giving good numbers.
Right. I
so
agree.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention. All right. So, and then on the reporting screen, you know, we've got 255 voting precincts, but some of those are combined, or there's multiple scanners in some. So when you look at the reporting, I believe it said up to 386. So that's just because
we have lots of splits. Yeah, we have zero.
Okay.
We have some precincts in there that have 0 voters. We have some that are splits. Yeah, so there's 255 polls, and I believe 388 precincts, or 384 precincts. Yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to, you know, people have a lot of questions, and so when they don't, so I'm just trying to, for the benefit of the public, let everybody know how we're operating here. Okay, so then I did witness also a lot of folks bringing back in their absentee ballot. They wanted to vote in person. How many of those did we have yesterday? Do you know?
I do not have that number. That's something that I can pull off of ElectionNet. But we did have that. I didn't hear that there were a lot yesterday, but it's possible that we had them throughout the county.
Okay, because I know you had people assigned in every precinct to, you know, fill out the paperwork, the affidavit, and then make sure that they were in the system, you know, correctly. And, you know, you and I had a conversation about the ACLU doing that function. So I just curious how that worked out, how many there were, if there were any issues, anybody rejected. I'd just like to see that data, please.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And then on the absentee ballots themselves, everything has been picked up. Everything's in the system accounted for. There's no ballots that are going to come in after what you're telling us today, correct?
Only Okava.
The military votes.
Yes.
Okay. And there's been observers the entire time watching the absentee ballot counting?
Yes.
Even last night between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Was there observers there?
Well, I know somebody from the Secretary of State's inspector came over there during that time.
Well, I'm getting text messages right now from some of the Republican observers that said that they didn't know it was happening. They were told that y'all were quitting, and then they found out today that 11,000 had been scanned during that time period. So,
I'm not positive how many were scanned. I'd have to get with Ralph on that. But yeah, there were some people were let go, and when I found out they were letting some people go, I told them they needed to stay. So.
Well, you know, I hate to hear that people think that you know, that they weren't allowed to observe when they're clearly legally allowed to do so. And so just want to make sure that you address that also to avoid any potential problems. So you said none of the absentee ballots were damaged by the water issue?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think that's all my questions about the counting process, but I do want to talk about this moving company. There's been discrepancies in the media about, whether or not they actually didn't show up as they were supposed to. They are on, I think, WSB's Twitter feed that they had fulfilled their obligations. And do you have any comment on that?
It's my understanding that they canceled on us in mid-morning on Monday. And I'm not sure what, I think maybe the county manager might have the name of the moving company. Mike Beltman, I believe it is.
Yes, it's Beltman.
Well, they're disputing that, so I don't know what's going to come of that, but they are definitely disputing it. And then, we were asked to continue working with them. So I think that needs to be figured out before we move forward on any future. I mean, there's a dispute. Are they going to do a good job for us? I just think that's an important thing that we need to figure out what happened, how it happened. That's a big deal. I would have thought y'all would have been all over making sure that everything was lined up for that.
We had both companies lined up at least a week ahead of time, is my understanding.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope you get your counting done today as you think you are. Everybody's waiting, and there's a lot riding on it, as you know. So
yes.
All right, that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm sorry,
Mr.
Carnes.
One additional question. Rick, so the 67,000, are they going to show up in the tally at 9 p.m. tonight, or are they going to trickle in all day, or what?
We'll have an update this afternoon at the first vote when the vote review panel meets. Once they adjudicate what has been what they have on those thumb drives, they will adjudicate that, and we'll do an update at that point, and then there will be a subsequent update tonight.
Okay, so the 42,000 of the 67, 25 are already in the tally, in the total, right?
Yes, and then there will be some from this morning once we began the opening process this morning, and then so there will be some additional scans in there as well, in addition to that 25.
So there should be an additional 42,000 between now and 9 p.m. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sometime between, I would say between 9 p.m. and midnight, yes.
Those are 42 new votes, 42,000 new ones. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay.
Yes.
The moving company, they were supposed to deliver to the schools, I was told, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. You said they canceled mid-afternoon. Did they cancel between that time? Did they deliver any at 10? Did they start to deliver and stop, or
we had two moving companies hired. One company was to handle certain precincts, another company was to handle others. Mid-morning is when the one in question canceled. The other company was fulfilling its duties the entire day. We got Dream, and we had lots of support from Dream to get many of the precincts delivered.
Did they give the county a reason why they canceled?
My understanding is that they said they had the trucks, but no staff.
Okay, well that, I mean, for
It's
me,
not what they're saying in the media.
okay, well,
Okay.
Mr.
Chairman.
Hold on, just a minute, guys, just a minute.
I would rather us not try to go through this type of analysis and besmirch the character of a particular entity before we have even done any type of internal review of it, commissioners. Because they may come back after us saying that, we're just talking here. We haven't done any investigation into this. How about Mr. Barron giving you a report of what he finds out?
That's fine with me. I do have another comment though, Mr. Carn, when you're done.
I'm done.
Commissioner Houseman, you have the floor.
Well, I just have to say, to find out, Monday night that there were still 30 precincts in North Fulton County that had no equipment sent me into a tizzy. you know, just to have it that blatant that North Fulton was at risk of not having, you know, the precincts set up, was very, very stressful. And I know it was stressful on you too, Mr. Barron, and your folks. I'm not suggesting that there was any planned, you know, voter suppression type, you know, things that we always get accused of.
Right.
But it was very unsettling. So, I mean, I'm not happy at all about it. I want to find out what in the world happened. This cannot happen again. It just cannot happen again.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It was, yeah, it was stressful to say the least.
And the poor poll workers that stayed there all day for hours waiting, and they didn't know what was going on, and you know, where they could have been resting for the long day they had the next day rather than hanging out, you know. So it was just a really bad situation all the way around.
I agree.
I did forget to ask you one thing though too. You know, at the end of the day, what's the closeout process like? I know that the poll workers are having to learn a new system, but after they do whatever they do at the precinct, then they have to transport everything. So can you just walk us through what happens after the fact?
Yeah, once they get all their paperwork done, they transport it to one of the 5 check-in centers. They're assigned to go to a check-in center. Once everything is checked in at one of our 5 regional check-in centers, then we have a relay that's done from those down to English Street, which is where our warehouse is for tabulation.
Is there, what sort of protocols are there? Does one person take all the stuff by themselves? Is there an escort? What do we do?
We have it has to be at least 2 individuals that transport from the check-in center down to the English Street. And it's also the same procedure that we have to have from the polling site to the check-in centers with 2 poll workers.
In the same car, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the same car. In some instances, I think because of the pandemic, they can follow one another. But yeah, we need 2 that will go.
But no police escort or anything of that nature?
We usually have the police that escort from the check-in centers down to English Street.
Okay, but not from the precinct?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments from Mr. Barron? Anything
Mr. Chair.
else? Yes, sir. Commissioner Ellis?
Thank you. Mr. Barron, thanks for the report. I don't want to get too retrospective because we're still in this process, but on the absentee ballots, and I guess, you know, this is really probably a question I think that's on a lot of folks' mind that are observing this. If we knew, sort of anticipated the volume that we were having come in, I know we had the 2-hour delay. A lot of folks are still asking the question, if we knew we were going to be able to start doing a lot of this work early, why are we still at this position today? And is there anything here in terms of, well, I guess I'd like your answer to that question, and within it, are there, I know we purchased a lot more equipment, and I think this also gets to maybe the issue of some of the stuff you said on early voting, but is there any sort of lesson from either equipment or manpower that could have expedited this process so we're not sitting in this position today?
Yeah, and I think we purchased 5 opener extractors, and I think with talking with the vendor, just for example, up in the county in which Philadelphia sits, they're close to the same size as us, and they purchased 15 of them. And I think that is one place where things bottleneck. Those things open and extract pretty quickly. But I think for a county our size, if we're going to continue to have this volume, we need to purchase more of these. I think one of but we have a limit of the amount of space in which we can do that. I know that I saw last night on, Orange County, Florida, I saw the room in which they were operating everything, and they have so much equipment in there, and it's envious to look at that, at how much equipment they have in one space with the enough people that can operate in there. And I think that we probably should invest in another 10 of these openers, because I think anybody that's had a good experience voting by mail, that is going to be something that they're going to be more likely to do in the future. And so I don't think we're going to see any sort of regression in the ballot by mail numbers in the future. And that is one of the places where things get bottlenecked. And once there's an extraction, then you have to have enough space with people to flatten those ballots, because after they sit in those envelopes for a long time after going through the mail, and then they get compressed, they go through signature verification, because it's a long labor intensive process. Once we get a ballot back, it is then we scan it into ElectionNet to give credit for voting. From there, it is then goes through a process of signature verification. And that can be a two-step process depending on whether the signature initially matches with DDS or whether it has to go on to the voter registration, the original voter registration application. Then from there, they're sorted into districts, then they're batched up once they're sorted, and then they're sent along. So it is a long process to get from the receipt of the ballot to get it to the scanner. And this is, some of these procedures we're going to have to do. We're going to need to refine them and make some changes going forward. I've talked to, I briefed the Fulton County delegation a few weeks ago about some of the changes that I think need to be made in order to make this process smoother. And I think that if the counties can get together and work with some of the legislators, I think we can make this process much smoother in Georgia going forward. But I think its space and equipment are going to be the keys in the future. I think.
You're on mute, Mr. Ellis.
What about manpower?
Yeah, we will need probably more manpower, but the more openers we have, the fewer. And there's probably another piece of equipment that we need to buy. It's like a juggler, and what it does is you can put a stack of ballots in it and it'll space them out, because one of the other issues is that once you have these ballots together that have been folded and are compressed together in the envelopes, they can stick when they're going through the scanners as well. And so that can slow the processing time of the scanners.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we talked earlier about new warehouse space and a lease. I don't know if anybody's signed anything yet. I know we have a situation where we have to house all this equipment now. But, I've seen those same videos of different operations that had things set up in the same room as an assembly line type operation. And then I've heard, we're going between multiple floors and multiple buildings, and, have people that all they do is run ballots back and forth between all these different areas where we've got this set up. We invested, $8 million in this year. You'd think we could have figured out a streamlined way to do that. But since we didn't, and we're going to have absentee ballots in the future, I hope we're looking at that, not just getting some warehouse now that's not going to serve our needs. We need to figure this out and, come up with a solution that's going to work for us, a big county like ours, that we're going to be faced with this. I mean, the COVID's going to go away. I think people would prefer to vote in person, but I don't know that. People may have decided they like this and not have to stand in line. So I think we really need to look at how this is done. Have everything out in the open and transparent, and not have anybody think we're trying to hide any sort of activity here. I mean, I'm just telling you right now, the Georgia GOP does not think we treated them fairly last night. I don't know who told them to go home, but you know, I'm seeing things on social media about it already. So we've just got to do better than this. We can't even have the appearance that, you know, there's something that we don't want them to see, because we know that's not the truth, right?
Right.
I mean, we're not hiding anything, right? We're doing everything we're supposed to do the right way, right?
Yes. Yes. And I do agree. I mean, I think one of the, you know, because of the pandemic, we were able to get space in different areas. But what you said is correct, that we had different things going between, you know, we have 2 different call centers, or actually 3 different call centers. And we had things going between all 3 of those on different floors, as you described. And we have talked with county executive management, and we're supposed to have a budget meeting tomorrow to discuss some of these things, like more space, more warehouse space that would accommodate us in the future. I think one of the things that we've learned throughout this whole process is to have a central location as space. I think we might need to look at some of the spaces in some of these other counties, and just to see what type of operation they have and how much space they have to do everything that they do, because we're continuing to grow. And I would imagine, I mean, we've got 4.5 times the number of absentee by mail than we did in 2016. So the landscape has really changed in that regard.
Well, I just hope that we're not entering into agreements right now with warehouses and various things that aren't going to fulfill our needs, and that we're being looking at the big picture long term as we figure out, you know, what kind of space requirements we really need. So that's all I've got to say about that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other questions for Mr. Barron? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Barron.
Thank you, commissioners.
Clerk, any other items to come before us?
No further items.
All right, there are no further items to come before us today. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Without objection, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, someone's so